Vagasravasa, desirous of heavenly rewards, surrendered at a sacrifice all that he possessed. He had a son of the name of Nachiketas. When the promised presents were being given to the priests, faith entered into the heart of Nachiketas, who was still a boy, and he thought, "Unblessed surely are the worlds to which a man goes by giving, as his promised present at a sacrifice, cows which have drunk water, eaten hay, given their milk, and are barren." He, knowing that his father had promised to give up all that he possessed, and therefore his son also, said to his father, "Dear father, to whom wilt thou give me?" He said it a second and a third time. Then the father replied angrily, "I shall give thee unto death." The father, having once said so, though in haste, had to be true to his word and to sacrifice his son. The son said, "I go as the first at the head of many who have still to die. I go in the midst of many who are now dying. What will be the work of Yama, the ruler of the departed, which today he has to do unto me? Look back how it was with those who came before. Look forward how it will be with those who come hereafter. A mortal ripens like corn. Like corn, he springs up again." Nachiketas enters into the abode of Yama Vaivasvata, and there is no one to receive him. Thereupon, one of the attendants of Yama is supposed to say, "Fire enters into the house when a Brahmana enters as a guest. That fire is quenched by this peace offering. Bring water, O Vaivasvata." A Brahmana that dwells in the house of a foolish man without receiving food to eat destroys his hopes and expectations, his possessions, his righteousness, his sacred and good deeds, and all his sons and cattle. Yama, returning to his house after an absence of 3 nights, during which time Nachiketas had received no hospitality from him, says, "O Brahmana, as thou, a venerable guest, hast dwelt in my house 3 nights without eating, therefore choose now 3 boons. Hail to thee, and welfare to me." Nachiketas said, "O Death, as the first of the 3 boons, I choose that Gautama, my father, be pacified, kind, and free from anger towards me, and that he may know me and greet me when I shall have been dismissed by thee." Yama said, "Through my favor, Adalaki Aruni, thy father, will know thee, and be again towards thee as he was before. He shall sleep peacefully through the night, and free from anger, after having seen thee freed from the mouth of death." Nachiketas said, "In the heaven world there is no fear. Thou art not there, O Death, and no one is afraid on account of old age, leaving behind both hunger and thirst, and out of the reach of sorrow all rejoice in the world of heaven. Thou knowest, O Death, the fire sacrifice which leads us to heaven. Tell it to me, for I am full of faith. Those who live in the heaven world reach immortality. This I ask as my second boon." Yama said, "I tell it thee, learn it from me." And when thou understandest that fire sacrifice which leads to heaven, know, O Nachiketas, that it is the attainment of the endless worlds and their firm support hidden in darkness. Yama then told him that fire sacrifice, the beginning of all the worlds, and what bricks are required for the altar, and how many, and how they are to be placed. And Nachiketas repeated all as it had been told to him. Then Mrityu, being pleased with him, said again. The generous, being satisfied, said to him, I give thee now another boon. That fire sacrifice shall be named after thee. Take also this many-colored chain. He who has 3 times performed this Nachiketa rite, and has been united with the 3, father, mother, and teacher, and has performed the 3 duties, study, sacrifice, almsgiving, overcomes birth and death. When he has learnt and understood this fire, which knows or makes us know all that is born of Brahman, which is venerable and divine, then he obtains everlasting peace. He who knows the 3 Nachiketa fires, and knowing the 3, piles up the Nachiketa sacrifice, he, having first thrown off the chains of death, rejoices in the world of heaven beyond the reach of grief. This, O Nachiketas, is thy fire, which leads to heaven, and which thou hast chosen as thy second boon. That fire all men will proclaim. Choose now, O Nachiketas, thy third boon. Nachiketas said, There is that doubt when a man is dead, some saying he is, others he is not. This I should like to know, taught by thee. This is the third of my boons. Death said, On this point, even the gods have doubted formerly. It is not easy to understand. That subject is subtle. Choose another boon, O Nachiketas, do not press me, and let me off that boon. Nachiketas said, On this point, even the gods have doubted indeed, and thou, Death, hast declared it to be not easy to understand, and another teacher like thee is not to be found. Surely no other boon is like unto this. Death said, Choose sons and grandsons who shall live 100 years, herds of cattle, elephants, gold, and houses. Choose the wide abode of the earth, and live thyself as many harvests as thou desirest. If you can think of any boon equal to that, choose wealth and long life. Be king, Nachiketas, on the wide earth. I make thee the enjoyer of all desires. Whatever desires are difficult to attain among mortals, ask for them according to thy wish. These fair maidens, with their chariots and musical instruments, such are indeed not to be obtained by men. Be waited on by them, whom I give to thee, but do not ask me about dying. Nachiketas said, These things last till tomorrow, O Death, for they wear out this vigour of all the senses. Even the whole of life is short. Keep thou thy horses, keep dance and song for thyself. No man can be made happy by wealth. Shall we possess wealth when we see thee? Shall we live as long as thou rulest? Only that boon which I have chosen is to be chosen by me. What mortal, slowly decaying here below, and knowing, after having approached them, the freedom from decay enjoyed by the immortals, would delight in a long life after he has pondered on the pleasures which arise from beauty and love? No, that on which there is this doubt. O Death, tell us what there is in that great hereinafter. Nachiketas does not choose another boon, but that which enters into the hidden world. End of Valli 1. Death said, the good is one thing, the pleasant another. These two, having different objects, chain a man. It is well with him who clings to the good. He who chooses the pleasant misses his end. The good and the pleasant approach man. The wise goes round about them and distinguishes them. Yeah, the wise prefers the good to the pleasant, but the fool chooses the pleasant through greed and avarice. Thou, O Nachiketas, after pondering all pleasures that are or seem delightful, hast dismissed them all. Thou hast not gone into the road that leadeth to wealth, in which many men perish. Wide apart and leading to different points are these two: ignorance and what is known as wisdom. I believe, Nachiketas, to be one who desires knowledge, for even many pleasures did not tear thee away. Fools dwelling in darkness, wise in their own conceit, and puffed up with vain knowledge, go round and round, staggering to and fro, like blind men led by the blind. The hereafter never rises before the eyes of the careless child, deluded by the delusion of wealth. This is the world, he thinks, there is no other. Thus he falls again and again under my sway. He, the self, of whom many are not even able to hear, whom many, even when they hear of him, do not comprehend. Wonderful is a man when found who is able to teach him, the self. Wonderful is he who comprehends him when taught by an able teacher. That self, when taught by an inferior man, is not easy to be known, even though often thought upon. Unless it be taught by another, there is no way to it, for it is inconceivably smaller than what is small. That doctrine is not to be obtained by argument, but when it is declared by another, then, O dearest, it is easy to understand. Thou hast obtained it now. Thou art truly a man of true resolve. May we have always an inquirer like thee. Nachiketas said, I know that what is called a treasure is transient, for that eternal is not obtained by things which are not eternal. Hence, the Nachiketa fire sacrifice has been laid by me first. Then by means of transient things, I have obtained what is not transient, the teaching of Yama. Yama said, though thou hadst seen the fulfillment of all desires, the foundation of the world, the endless rewards of good deeds, the shore where there is no fear, that which is magnified by praise, the wide abode, the rest, yet being wise, thou hast with firm resolve dismissed it all. The wise, who by means of meditation on his self recognizes the ancient, who is difficult to be seen, who has entered into the dark, who is hidden in the cave, who dwells in the abyss as God, he indeed leaves joy and sorrow far behind. A mortal who has heard this and embraced it, who has separated from it all qualities, and has thus reached the subtle being, rejoices because he has obtained what is a cause for rejoicing. The house of Brahman is open, I believe, O Nachiketas. Nachiketas said, that which thou seest as neither this nor that, as neither effect nor cause, as neither past nor future, tell me that. Yama said, that word or place, which all the Vedas record, which all penances proclaim, which men desire when they live as religious students, that word I tell thee briefly. It is Om. That imperishable syllable means Brahman. That syllable means the highest Brahman. He who knows that syllable, whatever he desires is his. This is the best support. This is the highest support. He who knows that support is magnified in the world of Brahma. The knowing self is not born. It dies not. It sprang from nothing. Nothing sprang from it. The ancient is unborn, eternal, everlasting. He is not killed, though the body is killed. If the killer thinks that he kills, if the killed thinks that he is killed, they do not understand. For this one does not kill, nor is that one killed. The self, smaller than small, greater than great, is hidden in the heart of that creature. A man who is free from desires and free from grief sees the majesty of the self by the grace of the Creator. Though sitting still, he walks far. Though lying down, he goes everywhere. Who, save myself, is able to know that God who rejoices and rejoices not? The wise who knows the self as bodiless within the bodies, as unchanging among changing things, as great and omnipresent, does never grieve. That self cannot be gained by the Veda, nor by understanding, nor by much learning. He whom the self chooses, by him the self can be gained. The self chooses him, his body, as his own. But he who has not first turned away from his wickedness, who is not tranquil and subdued, or whose mind is not at rest, he can never obtain the self, even by knowledge. Who then knows where he is? He to whom the Brahmins and Kshatriyas are, as it were, but food, and death itself a condiment. End of second Vali. There are the two, drinking their reward in the world of their own works, entered into the cave of the heart, dwelling on the highest summit, the ether in the heart. Those who know Brahman call them shade and light. Likewise, those householders who perform the Trinachiketa sacrifice. May we be able to master that Nachiketa rite, which is a bridge for sacrificers, also that which is the highest, imperishable Brahman for those who wish to cross over to the fearless shore. Know the self to be sitting in the chariot, the body to be the chariot, the intellect, buddhi, the charioteer, and the mind, the reins. The senses they call the horses, the objects of the senses their roads, When he, the highest self, is in union with the body, the senses, and the mind, then wise people call him the enjoyer. He who has no understanding, and whose mind, the reins, is never firmly held, his senses, horses, are unmanageable, like vicious horses of a charioteer. But he who has understanding, and whose mind is always firmly held, his senses are under control, like good horses of a charioteer. He who has no understanding, who is unmindful and always impure, never reaches that place, but enters into the round of births. But he who has understanding, who is mindful and always pure, reaches indeed that place from whence he is not born again. But he who has understanding for his charioteer, and who holds the reins of the mind, he reaches the end of his journey, and that is the highest place of Vishnu. Beyond the senses there are the objects. Beyond the objects there is the mind. Beyond the mind there is the intellect. The great self is beyond the intellect. Beyond the great there is the undeveloped. Beyond the undeveloped there is the person, Purusha. Beyond the person there is nothing. This is the goal, the highest road. That self is hidden in all beings and does not shine forth, but it is seen by subtle seers through their sharp and subtle intellect. A wise man should keep down speech and mind. He should keep them within the self, which is knowledge. He should keep knowledge within the self, which is the great. And he should keep that, the great, within the self, which is the quiet. Rise, awake! Having obtained your boons, understand them. The sharp edge of a razor is difficult to pass over. Thus the wise say the path to the self is hard. He who has perceived that which is without sound, without touch, without form, without decay, without taste, eternal, without smell, without beginning, without end, beyond the great, and unchangeable, is freed from the jaws of death. A wise man who has repeated or heard the ancient story of Nachiketas told by death is magnified in the world of Brahman. And he who repeats this greatest mystery in an assembly of Brahmans, or full of devotion at the time of the Shraddha sacrifice, obtains thereby infinite rewards. End of the third Valli. Death said, the self-existent pierced the openings of the senses, so that they turn forward. Therefore, man looks forward, not backward, into himself. Some wise man, however, with his eyes closed and wishing for immortality, saw the self behind. Children follow after outward pleasures and fall into the snare of widespread death. Wise men only, knowing the nature of what is immortal, do not look for anything stable here among things unstable. That by which we know form, taste, smell, sounds, and loving touches, by that also we know what exists besides. This is that which thou hast asked for. The wise, when he knows that by which he perceives all objects in sleep or in waking is the great omnipresent Self, grieves no more. He who knows this living soul which eats honey perceives objects as being the Self, always near, the Lord of the past and the future, henceforward fears no more. This is that. He who knows Him who was born first from the brooding heat, for He was born before the water, who entering into the heart abides therein, and was perceived from the elements. This is that. He who knows Aditi also, who is one with all deities, who arises with prana, breath or Hiranyagarbha, who entering into the heart abides therein, and was born from the elements. This is that. There is Agni, fire, the all-seeing, hidden in the two fire sticks, well guarded like a child in the womb by the mother, day after day to be adorned by men when they awake and bring oblations. This is that. And that whence the sun rises and whither it goes to set, there all the Devas are contained, and no one goes beyond. This is that. What is here visible in the world, the same is there invisible in Brahman. And what is there, the same is here. He who sees any difference here between Brahman and the world goes from death to death. Even by the mind, this Brahman is to be obtained, and then there is no difference whatsoever. He goes from death to death who sees any difference here. The person, Purusha, of the size of a thumb stands in the middle of the self-body, as Lord of the past and the future, and henceforward fears no more. This is that. That person of the size of a thumb is like a light without smoke, Lord of the past and the future. He is the same today and tomorrow. This is that. As rain-water that has fallen on a mountain ridge runs down the rocks on all sides, thus does he who sees a difference between qualities run after them on all sides. As pure water poured into pure water remains the same, thus, O Gautama, is the self of a thinker who knows. End of Vali 4. There is a town with 11 gates belonging to the unborn Brahman, whose thoughts are never crooked. He who approaches it grieves no more, and liberated from all bonds of ignorance becomes free. This is that. He, Brahman, is the swan, sun, dwelling in the bright heaven. He is the Vasu, air, dwelling in the sky. He is the sacrificer, fire, dwelling on the hearth. He is the guest, Soma, dwelling in the sacrificial jar. He dwells in men, in gods, Vara, in the sacrifice, Rita, in heaven. He is born in the water, on earth, in the sacrifice, Rita, on the mountains. He is the true and the great. He, Brahman, it is who sends up the breath, prana, and who throws back the breath, apana. All the Devas, senses, worship him, the adorable or the dwarf who sits in the center. When that incorporated Brahman who dwells in the body is torn away and freed from the body, what remains then? This is that. No mortal lives by the breath that goes up and by the breath that goes down. We live by another, in whom these two repose. Well then, O Gautama, I shall tell thee this mystery, the old Brahman, and what happens to the self after reaching death. Some enter the womb in order to have a body as organic beings. Others go into inorganic matter according to their work and according to their knowledge. He, the highest person, who is awake in us while we are asleep, shaping one lovely sight after another, that indeed is the bright, that is Brahman. That alone is called the immortal. All worlds are contained in it, and no one goes beyond. This is that. As the one fire, after it has entered the world, though one becomes different according to whatever it burns, thus the one self within all things becomes different according to whatever it enters, and exists also without. As the one air, after it has entered the world, though one, becomes different according to whatever it enters, thus the one self within all things becomes different according to whatever it enters, and exists also without. As the sun, the eye of the whole world, is not contaminated by the external impurities seen by the eyes, thus the one self within all things is never contaminated by the misery of the world, being himself without. There is one ruler, the self within all things, who makes the one form manifold. The wise who perceive him within their self, to them belongs eternal happiness, not to others. There is one eternal thinker, thinking non-eternal thoughts, who, though one, fulfills the desires of many. The wise who perceive him within their self, to them belongs eternal peace, not to others. They perceive that highest indescribable pleasure, saying, "This is that." How then can I understand it? Has it its own light, or does it reflect light? The sun does not shine there, nor the moon and the stars, nor these lightnings, and much less this fire. When he shines, everything shines after him. By his light, all this is lighted. End of 5th Valley. There is that ancient tree whose roots grow upward, and whose branches grow downward. That indeed is called the bright. That is called Brahman. That alone is called the immortal. All worlds are contained in it, and no one goes beyond. This is that. Whatever there is, the whole world, when gone forth from the Brahman, trembles in its breath. That Brahman is a great terror, like a drawn sword. Those who know it become immortal. From terror of Brahman fire burns. From terror the sun burns. From terror Indra and Vayu and death as the fifth run away. If a man could not understand it before the falling asunder of his body, then he has to take body again in the worlds of creation. As in a mirror, so Brahman may be seen clearly here in this body. As in a dream, in the world of the fathers, as in the water, He is seen about in the world of the Gandharvas, as in light and shade in the world of Brahma. Having understood that the senses are distinct from the Atman, and that their rising and setting, their waking and sleeping, belongs to them in their distinct existence, and not to the Atman, a wise man grieves no more. Beyond the senses is the mind. Beyond the mind is the highest created being. Higher than that being is the great self. Higher than the great, the highest undeveloped. Beyond the undeveloped is the person, the all-pervading and entirely imperceptible. Every creature that knows him is liberated and obtains immortality. His form is not to be seen. No one beholds him with the eye. He is imagined by the heart, by wisdom, by the mind. Those who know this are immortal. When the five instruments of knowledge stand still together with the mind, and when the intellect does not move, that is called the highest state. This, the firm holding back of the senses, is what is called yoga. He must be free from thoughtlessness then, for yoga comes and goes. He, the self, cannot be reached by speech, by mind, or by the eye. How can it be apprehended except by him who says, "He is"? By the words "he is" he to be apprehended, and by admitting the reality of both, the invisible Brahman and the visible world, as coming from Brahman. When he has apprehended by the words "he is," then his reality reveals itself. When all desires that dwell in his heart cease, then the mortal becomes immortal and obtains Brahman. When all the ties of the heart are severed here on earth, then the mortal becomes immortal. Here ends the teaching. There are 101 arteries of the heart. One of them penetrates the crown of the head. Moving upwards by it, a man at his death reaches the immortal. The other arteries serve for departing in different directions. The person, not larger than a thumb, the inner self, is always settled in the heart of men. Let a man draw that self forth from his body with steadiness, as one draws the pith from the reed. Let him know that self as the bright, as the immortal, yes, as the bright, as the immortal. Having received this knowledge, taught by death, and the whole rule of yoga meditation, Nachiketa becomes free from passion and death and obtained Brahman. Thus it will be with another also, who knows thus what relates to the self. May he protect us both. May he enjoy us both. May we acquire strength together. May our knowledge become bright. May we never quarrel. Om. Peace, peace, peace. Hari Om. End of 6th Valley. End of Katha Upanishad, Translated by Max Muller. First Adhyaya. Chitra Gargayayani, forsooth, wishing to perform a sacrifice, chose Aruni Uddalaka to be his chief priest. But Aruni sent his son Swetaketu and said, "Perform the sacrifice for him." When Swetaketu had arrived, Chitra asked him, "Son of Gautama, is there a hidden place in the world where you are able to place me? Or is it the other way? And are you going to place me in the world to which that other way, leads?" He answered and said, "I do not know this, but let me ask the master." Having approached his father, he asked, "Thus has Chitra asked me. How shall I answer?" Aruni said, "I also do not know this. Only after having learnt the proper portion of the Veda in Chitra's own dwelling shall we obtain what others give us knowledge. Come, we will both go." Having said this, he took fuel in his hand like a pupil and approached Chitra Gargayayani, saying, "May I come near to you?" He replied, "You are worthy of Brahman, O Gautama, because you were not led away by pride. Come hither, I shall make you know clearly." And Chitra said, "All who depart from this world or this body go to the moon. In the former, the bright half, the moon delights in their spirits. In the other, the dark half, the moon sends them on to be born again. Verily, the moon is the door of the Swarga world, the heavenly world. Now, if a man objects to the moon, if one is not satisfied with life there, the moon sets him free. But if a man does not object, then the moon sends him down as rain upon this earth. And according to his deeds and according to his knowledge, he is born again, here as a worm, or as an insect, or as a fish, or as a bird, or as a lion, or as a boar, or as a serpent, or as a tiger, or as a man, or as something else in different places. When he has thus returned to the earth, someone, a sage, asks, 'Who art thou?' And he should answer, 'From the wise moon, who orders the seasons, when it is born consisting of 15 parts, from the moon, who is the home of our ancestors, the seed was brought. This seed, even me, they, the gods mentioned in the Panjagni Vidya, gathered up in an active man, and through an active man they brought me to a mother. Then I, growing up to be born, a being living by months, whether 12 or 13, was together with my father, who also lived by years of 12 or 13 months, that I might either know it, the true Brahman, or not know it. Therefore, O ye seasons, grant that I may attain immortality, knowledge of Brahman. By this my true saying, by this my toil, beginning with the dwelling in the moon and ending with my birth on earth, I am like a season, and the child of seasons." "Who art thou?" the sage asks again. "I am thou," he replies. Then he sets him free to proceed onward. He, at the time of death, having reached the path of the gods, comes to the world of Agni, fire, to the world of Vayu, air, to the world of Varuna, to the world of Indra, to the world of Prajapati, Viraj, to the world of Brahman, Hiranyagarbha. In that world, there is the lake Ara, the moments called Yashtiha, the river Vijara, ageless, the tree Ilya, the city Salajya, the palace Aparajita, unconquerable, the doorkeepers Indra and Prajapati, the hall of Brahman called Vibhu, built by Vibhu, egoism, the throne Vijakshana, buddhi, perception, the couch Amitayujas, endless splendor, and the beloved Manasi, mind, and her image Chakshushi, eye, who, as if taking flowers or weaving the worlds, and the Apsaras, the Ambas, Shruti, sacred scriptures, and the Ambayavis, buddhi, understanding, and the rivers Ambayas, leading to the knowledge of Brahman. To this world, he who knows this, who knows the Paryanka Vidya, approaches. Brahman says to him, "Run towards him, servants, with such worship as is due to myself. He has reached the river Vijara, ageless. He will never age." Then 500 Apsaras go towards him, 100 with garlands in their hands, 100 with ointments in their hands, 100 with perfumes in their hands, 100 with garments in their hands, 100 with fruit in their hands. They adorn him with an adornment worthy of Brahman. And when thus adorned with the adornment of Brahman, the knower of Brahman moves towards Brahman. He comes to the lake Ara, and he crosses it by the mind, while those who come to it without knowledge the truth are drowned. He comes to the moments called Yashtiha. They flee from him. He comes to the river Vijara and crosses it by the mind alone, and there shakes off his good and evil deeds. His beloved relatives obtain the good, his unbeloved relatives the evil he has done. And as a man driving in a chariot might look at the two wheels without being touched by them, thus he will look at day and night, thus at good and evil deeds, and at all pairs, at all correlative things, such as light and darkness, heat and cold, etc. Being freed from good and freed from evil, he, the knower of Brahman, moves towards Brahman. He approaches the tree Ilya, and the odor of Brahman reaches him. He approaches the city Salajya, and the flavor of Brahman reaches him. He approaches the palace Aparajita, and the splendor of Brahman reaches him. He approaches the doorkeepers Indra and Prajapati, and they run away from him. He approaches the hall Vibhu, and the glory of Brahman reaches him. He thinks, "I am Brahman." He approaches the throne Vijakshani. The Saman verses Brihad and Ratantara are the eastern feet of that throne. The Saman verses Sayaitha and Navdasha its western feet. The Saman verses Vairupa and Vairajya its sides lengthways, south and north. The Saman verses Sakavra and Raivata its sides crossways, east and west. That throne is Prajna, knowledge. For by knowledge, self-knowledge, he sees clearly. He approaches the couch Amitayujas, that is Prana, speech. The past and the future, or its eastern feet. Prosperity and earth, its western feet. The Saman verses Brihad and Ratantara are the two sides lengthways of the couch, south and north. The Saman verses, Bhadra and Yajana Yajaniya, or its cross sides are the head and feet, east and west. The Rik and Saman are the long sheets, east and west. The Yajus, the cross sheets, south and north. The moonbeam, the cushion. The Udgita, the white coverlet. Prosperity, the pillow. On this couch sits Brahman, and he who knows this, who knows himself one with Brahman sitting on the couch, mounts it first with 1 foot only. Then Brahman says to him, "Who art thou?" And he shall answer, "I am like a season, and the child of the seasons, sprung from the womb of endless space, from the light, from the luminous Brahman. The light, the origin of the year, which is the past, which is the present, which is all living things, and all elements, is the Self. Thou art the Self. What thou art, that am I." Brahman says to him, "Who am I?" He shall answer, "That which is, the true, Satyam." Brahman asks, "What is the true?" He says to him, "What is different from the gods and from the senses, prana, that is Sat. But the gods and the senses are Tyam. Therefore, by that name Satya, true, is called all this whatever there is. All this thou art." This is also declared by a verse. This great Rishi, whose belly is the Yajus, the head the Saman, the form the Rik, is to be known as being imperishable, as being Brahman. Brahman says to him, "How dost thou obtain my male names?" He should answer, "By breath, prana." Brahman asks, "How my female names?" He should answer, "By speech, vak." Brahman asks, "How my neuter names?" He should answer, "By mind, manas." How smells? By the nose. How forms? By the eye. How sounds? By the ear. How flavors of food? By the tongue. How actions? By the hands. How pleasures and pain? By the body. How joy, delight and offspring? By the organ. How journeyings? By the feet. How thoughts and what is to be known and desired? By knowledge, prajna, alone. Brahman says to him, "Water indeed is this my world, the whole Brahman world, and it is thine. Whatever victory, whatever might belong to Brahman, that victory and that might he obtains who knows this." Who knows this. End of first Adhyaya. Prana, breath, is Brahman. Thus says Kaushitaki, "Of this prana, which is Brahman, the mind, manas, is the messenger, speech, the housekeeper, the eye, the guard, the ear, the informant. He who knows mind as the messenger of prana, which is Brahman, becomes possessed of the messenger. He who knows speech as the housekeeper becomes possessed of the housekeeper. He who knows the eye as the guard becomes possessed of the guard. He who knows the ear as the informant becomes possessed of the informant. Now, to that prana, which is Brahman, all these deities, mind, speech, eye, ear, bring an offering, though he asks not for it. And thus to him who knows this, all creatures bring an offering, though he asks not for it. For him who knows this, there is this Upanishad, secret vow, beg not. As a man who has begged through a village and got nothing sits down and says, I shall never eat anything given by those people. And as then those who formerly refused him press him to accept their alms, thus is the rule for him who begs not, but the charitable will press him and say, let us give to thee. Prana, breath, is Brahman. Thus says Paingya. And in that prana, which is Brahman, the eye stands firm behind speech. The ear stands firm behind the eye. The mind stands firm behind the ear. And the spirit stands firm behind the mind. To that prana, which is Brahman, all these deities bring an offering, though he asks not for it. And thus to him who knows this all creatures bring an offering, though he asks not for it. For him who knows this, there is this Upanishad, secret vow, beg not. As a man who has begged through a village and got nothing sits down and says, I shall never eat anything given by those people, and as then those who formerly refused him press him to accept their alms, thus is the rule for him who begs not, but the charitable will press him and say, let us give to thee. Now follows the attainment of the highest treasure, prana, spirit. If a man meditates on that highest treasure, let him on a full moon or a new moon, or in the bright fortnight, under an auspicious nakshatra, at one of these proper times, bending his right knee, offer oblations of ghee with a ladle. After having placed the fire, swept the ground, strewn the sacred grass, and sprinkled water, let him say, the deity called speech is the attainer. May it attain this for me from him who possesses and can bestow what I wish for. Swaha to it. The deity called prana, breath, is the attainer. May it attain this for me from him. Swaha to it. The deity called the eye is the attainer. May it attain this for me from him. Swaha to it. The deity called the ear is the attainer. May it attain this for me from him. Swaha to it. The deity called mind, manas, is the attainer of it. May it attain this for me from him. Swaha to it. The deity called prajna, knowledge, is the attainer of it. May it attain this for me from him. Swaha to it. Then, having inhaled the smell of the smoke, and having rubbed his limbs with the ointment of ghee, walking on in silence, let him declare his wish, or let him send a messenger. He will surely obtain his wish. Now follows the Daiva Samra, the desire to be accomplished by the gods. If a man desires to become dear to any man or woman, or to any men or women, then at one of the forementioned proper times he offers in exactly the same manner as before oblations of ghee, saying, I offer thy speech in myself, this one here, Swaha. I offer thy ear in myself, I, this one here, Swaha. I offer thy mind in myself, this one here, Swaha. I offer thy prajna, knowledge in myself, I, this one here, Swaha. Then, having inhaled the smell of the smoke, and having rubbed his limbs with the ointment of ghee, walking on in silence, let him try to come in contact, or let him stand speaking in the wind, so that the wind may carry his words to the person by whom he desires to be loved. Surely he becomes dear and they think of him. Now follows the restraint, samyamana, instituted by Pratardana, the son of Divodasa. They call it the inner Agnihotra. So long as a man speaks, he cannot breathe. He offers all the while his prana, breath, in his speech. And so long as a man breathes, he cannot speak. He offers all the while his speech in his breath. These two endless and immortal oblations he offers always, whether waking or sleeping. Whatever other oblations there are, those, for example, of the ordinary Agnihotra, consisting of milk and other things, they have an end, for they consist of works, which, like all works, have an end. The ancients knew this. The best Agnihotra did not offer the ordinary Agnihotra. Ukta is Brahman. Thus said Sukshabringara. Let him meditate on it, the Ukta, as the same with the Rik, and all beings will praise him as the best. Let him meditate on it as the same with the Yajus, and all beings will join before him as the best. Let him meditate on it as the same with the Saman, and all beings will bow before him as the best. Let him meditate on it as the same with might. Let him meditate on it as the same with glory. Let him meditate on it as the same with splendor. For as the bow is among weapons the mightiest, the most glorious, the most splendid, thus is he who knows this among all beings the mightiest, the most glorious, the most splendid. The Advaryu conceives the fire of the altar, which is used for the sacrifice, to be himself. In it he, the Advaryu, weaves the Yajus portion of the sacrifice, and in the Yajus portion of the Hotri weaves the Rik portion of the sacrifice, and in the Rik portion of the Udgatri weaves the Saman portion of the sacrifice. He, the Advaryu or Prana, is the self of the threefold knowledge. He indeed is the self of it, of Prana. He who knows this is the self of it, becomes Prana. Next follows the three kinds of meditation of the all-conquering Sarvajit Kaushitaki. The all-conquering Kaushitaki adores the sun when rising, having put on the sacrificial cord, having brought water, and having thrice sprinkled the water cup, saying, "Thou art the deliverer, deliver me from sin." In the same manner, he adores the sun when in the zenith, saying, "Thou art the highest deliverer, deliver me highly from sin." In the same manner, he adores the sun when setting, saying, "Thou art the full deliverer, deliver me fully from sin." Thus he fully removes whatever sin he committed by day and by night. And in the same manner, he who knows this likewise adores the sun, and fully removes whatever sin he committed by day and by night. Then, secondly, let him worship every month in the year, at the time of the new moon. The moon, as it is seen in the west, in the same manner as before described with regard to the sun, or let him send forth his speech toward the moon with two green blades of grass, saying, "O thou who art mistress of immortal joy, through that gentle heart of mine which abides in the moon, may I never weep for misfortune concerning my children." The children of him who thus adores the moon do not indeed die before him. Thus it is with a man to whom a son is already born. Now for one to whom no son is born as yet, he mutters the 3 Rig verses. Increase, O Soma, may vigor come to thee, may milk, may food go to thee, that ray which the Adityas gladden. Having muttered these 3 Rig verses, he says, do not increase by our breath, prana, by our offspring, by our cattle. He who hates us and whom we hate, increase by his breath, by his offspring, by his cattle. Thus I turn the turn of God, I return the turn of Aditya. After these words, having raised the right arm towards Soma, he lets to go again. Then, thirdly, let him worship on the day of the full moon, the moon as it is seen in the east in the same manner, saying, Thou art Soma, the king, the wise, the 5-mouthed, the lord of creatures. The Brahmana is one of thy mouths. With that mouth thou eatest the kings, Kshatriyas. Make me an eater of food by that mouth. The king is one of thy mouths. With that mouth thou eatest the people, Vaisyas. Make me an eater of food by that mouth. The hawk is one of thy mouths. With that mouth thou eatest the birds. Make me an eater of food by that mouth. Fire is one of thy mouths. With that mouth thou eatest this world. Make me an eater of food by that mouth. In thee there is the 5th mouth. With that mouth thou eatest all beings. Make me an eater of food by that mouth. Do not decrease by our life, by our offspring, by our cattle. He who hates us and whom we hate, decrease by his life, by his offering, by his cattle. Thus I turn the turn of the god, I return the turn of Aditya. After these words, having raised the right arm, he lets it go again. Next, having addressed these prayers to Soma, when being with his wife, let him stroke her heart, saying, O fair one, who hast obtained immortal joy by that which has entered thy heart through Prajapati, mayest thou never fall into sorrow about thy children. Her children then do not die before her. Next, if a man has been absent and returns home, let him kiss his son's head, saying, Thou springest from every limb, thou art born from the heart, thou, my son, art myself indeed. Live thou 100 harvests. He gives him his name, saying, Be thou a stone, be thou an axe, be thou solid gold. Thou, my son, art light indeed. Live thou 100 harvests. He pronounces his name. Then he embraces him, saying, As Prajapati, the Lord of creatures, embraced his creatures for their welfare, thus I embrace thee, pronouncing his name. Then he mutters into his right ear, saying, O thou quick Maghavan, give to him. O Indra, bestow the best wishes. Thus he whispers into his left ear. Let him then thrice kiss his head, saying, "Do not cut off the line of our race, do not suffer. Live 100 harvests of life. I kiss thy head, O Sun, with thy name." He then thrice makes a lowing sound over his head, saying, "I low over thee with the lowing sound of cows." Next follows the Daiva Parimara, the dying around of the gods, the absorption of the two classes of gods mentioned before into prana or Brahman. This Brahman shines forth indeed when the fire burns, and it dies when it burns not. Its splendor goes to the sun alone, the life prana, the moving principle, to the air. This Brahman shines forth indeed when the sun is seen, and it dies when it is not seen. Its splendor goes to the moon alone, the life prana, to the air. This Brahman shines forth indeed when the moon is seen, and it dies when it is not seen. Its splendor goes to the lightning alone, its life prana, to the air. This Brahman shines forth indeed when the lightning flashes, and it dies when it flashes not. Its splendor goes to the air, and the life prana, to the air. Thus all these deities, that is, fire, sun, moon, lightning, having entered the air, though dead, do not vanish, and out of the very air they rise again. So much with reference to the deities, mythological. Now then with reference to the body, physiological. This Brahman shines forth indeed when one speaks his speech, and it dies when one does not speak. His splendor goes to the eye alone, the life prana, to breath prana. This Brahman shines forth indeed when one sees with the eye, and it dies when one does not see. Its splendor goes to the ear alone, the life prana, to breath prana. This Brahman shines forth indeed when one hears with the ear, and it dies when one does not hear. Its splendor goes to the mind alone, the life prana, to the breath prana. This Brahman shines forth indeed when one thinks with the mind, and it dies when one does not think. Its splendor goes to the breath prana alone, and the life prana, to the breath prana. Thus all these deities, the senses, etc., having entered breath or life prana alone, though dead, do not vanish, and out of the very breath prana they rise again. And if two mountains, the southern and northern, were to move forward, trying to crush him who knows this, they would not crush him. But those who hate him and those whom he hates, they die around him. Next follows the Nishreya Sadhana, the accepting of the preeminence of prana, breath or life, by the other gods. The deities, speech, eye, ear, mind, contending with each for who was the best, went out of this body, and the body lay without breathing, withered like a log of wood. Then speech went into it, but speaking by speech it lay still. Then the eye went into it, but speaking by speech and seeing by the eye it lay still. Then the ear went into it, but speaking by speech, seeing by the eye, hearing by the ear, it lay still. Then mind went into it, but speaking by speech, seeing by the eye, hearing by the ear, thinking by the mind, it lay still. Then breath, prana, life, went into it, and thence it rose at once. All these deities, having recognized the preeminence of prana, and having comprehended prana alone as the conscious self, Prajnatman, went out of this body with all these 5 different kinds of prana, and resting in the air, knowing that prana had entered the air and merged in the ether, Akasha, they went to heaven. And in the same manner, he who knows this, having recognized the preeminence in prana, and having comprehended prana alone as the conscious self, Prajnatman, goes out of this body with all these, does no longer believe in this body, and resting in the air and merged in the ether, he goes to heaven. He goes to where those gods, speech, etc. are. And having reached this, he who knows this becomes immortal with that immortality which those gods enjoy. Next follows the father's tradition to the son, and thus they explain it. The father, when going to depart, calls his son. After having strewn the house with fresh grass, and having laid the sacrificial fire, and having placed near it a pot of water with a jug full of rice, himself covered with a new cloth and dressed in white, he places himself above his son, touching his organs with his own organs, or he may deliver the tradition to him while he sits before him. Then he delivers it to him. The father says, "Let me place my speech in thee." The son says, "I take thy speech in me." The father says, "Let me place my scent, prana, in thee." The son says, "I take thy scent in me." The father says, "Let me place my eye in thee." The son says, "I take thy eye in me." The father says, "Let me place my ear in thee." The son says, "I take thy ear in me." The father says, "Let me place my tastes of food in thee." The son says, "I take thy tastes of food in me." The father says, "Let me place my actions in thee." The son says, "I take thy actions in me." The father says, "Let me place my pleasure and pain in thee." The son says, "I take thy pleasure and pain in me." The father says, "Let me place happiness, joy, and offspring in thee." The son says, "I take thy happiness, joy, and offspring in me." The father says, "Let me place my walking in thee." The son says, "I take thy walking in me." The father says, "Let me place my mind in thee." The son says, "I take thy mind in me." The father says, "Let me place my knowledge, prajna, in thee." The son says, "I take thy knowledge in me." But if the father is very ill, he may say shortly, "Let me place my spirits, pranas, in thee." And the son, "I take thy spirits in me." Then the son walks round his father, keeping his right side towards him, and goes away. The father calls after him, "May fame, glory of countenance, and honor always follow thee." Then the other looks back over his left shoulder, covering himself with his hand or the hem of his garment, saying, "Obtain the heavenly worlds, Swarga, and all desires." If the father recovers, let him be under the authority of his son, or let him wander about as an ascetic. But if he departs, then let them dispatch him as he ought to be dispatched. Yeah, as he ought to be dispatched. End of second Adhyaya. Pratardhana, forsooth, the son of Divodasa, king of Kasi, came by means of fighting and strength to the beloved abode of Indra. Indra said to him, "Pratardhana, let me give you a boon to choose." And Pratardhana answered, "Do you yourself choose that boon for me which you deem most beneficial for a man." Indra said to him, "No one who chooses for another. Choose thyself." Then Pratardhana replied, "Then that boon to choose is no boon for me." Then, however, Indra did not swerve from the truth, for Indra is truth. Indra said to him, "Know me only. That is what I deem most beneficial for man, that he should know me. I slew the three-headed son of Tavastri. I delivered the Arunmukhas, the devotees, to the wolves, Salavrika, breaking many treaties. I killed the people of Prahalada in heaven, the people of Paloma in the sky, the people of Kalakanga on earth, and not one hair of me was harmed there. And he who knows me thus, by no deed of his is his life harmed, not by the murder of his mother, not by the murder of his father, not by theft, not by the killing of a Brahman. If he is going to commit a sin, the bloom does not depart from his face." Indra said, "I am Prana. Meditate on me as the conscious self, Pragnatma, as life, as immortality. Life is Prana, Prana is life. Immortality is Prana, Prana is immortality. As long as Prana dwells in this body, so long surely there is life. By Prana he obtains immortality in the other world, by knowledge, true conception. He who meditates on me as life and immortality gains his full life in this world, and obtains in the Swarga world immortality and indestructibility." Pratardhana said, "Some maintain here that the pranas become one, for otherwise no one could at the same time make known a name by speech, see a form with the eye, hear a sound with the ear, think a thought with the mind. After having become one, the pranas perceive all these together one by one. While speech speaks, all pranas speak after it. While the eye sees, all pranas see after it. While the ear hears, all pranas hear after it. While the mind thinks, all pranas think after it. While the prana breathes, all pranas breathe after it. Thus it is indeed," said Indra, "but nevertheless there is a preeminence among the pranas. Man lives deprived of speech, for we see dumb people. Man lives deprived of sight, for we see blind people. Man lives deprived of hearing, for we see deaf people. Man lives deprived of mind, for we see infants. Man lives deprived of his arms, deprived of his legs, for we see it thus. But prana alone is the conscious self, pragnatma, and having laid hold of this body, it makes it rise up. Therefore it is said, let man worship it alone as Ukta. What is prana? That is prajna, self-consciousness. What is prajna? Self-consciousness. That is prana. For together prajna and prana live in the body, and together they go out of it. Of that, this is the evidence. This is the understanding. When a man, being thus asleep, sees no dream whatever, he becomes one with that prana alone. Then speech goes to him, when he is absorbed in prana, with all names, the eye with all forms, the ear with all sounds, the mind with all thoughts. And when he awakes, then, as from a burning fire, sparks proceed in all directions, thus from that self, the pranas, speech, etc., proceed, each towards its place. From the pranas, the gods. From the gods, the worlds. Of this is the proof. This is the understanding. When a man is thus sick, going to die, falling into weakness and faintness, they say, his thought has departed. He hears not. He sees not. He speaks not. He thinks not. Then he becomes one with that prana alone. Then speech goes to him, who is absorbed in prana, with all names, the eye with all forms, the ear with all sounds, the mind with all thoughts. And when he departs from his body, he departs together with all these. Speech gives up to him, who is absorbed in prana, all names, so that by speech he obtains all names. The nose gives up to him all odors, so that by scent he obtains all odors. The eye gives up to him all forms, so that by the eye he obtains all forms. The ear gives up to him all sounds, so that by the ear he obtains all sounds. The mind gives up to him all thoughts, so that by the mind he obtains all thoughts. This is the complete absorption in prana. And what is prana is prajna, self-consciousness. What is prajna, self-consciousness, is prana. For together do these two live in the body, and together do they depart. Now we shall explain how all things become one in that prajna, self-consciousness. Speech is one portion taken out of prajna, self-conscious knowledge. The word is its object, placed outside. The nose is one portion taken out of it. The odor is its object, placed outside. The eye is one portion taken out of it. The form is its object, placed outside. The ear is one portion taken out of it. The sound is its object, placed outside. The tongue is one portion taken out of it. The taste of food is its object, placed outside. The two hands are one portion taken out of it. Their action is their object, placed outside. The body is one portion taken out of it. Its pleasure and pain are its object, placed outside. The organ is one portion taken out of it. Happiness, joy, and offspring are its object, placed outside. The 2 feet are one portion taken out of it. movements are their object placed outside. Mind is one portion taken out of it. Thoughts and desires are its object placed outside. Having by prajna, self-conscious knowledge, taken possession of speech, he obtains by speech all words. Having by prajna taken possession of the nose, he obtains all odors. Having by prajna taken possession of the eye, he obtains all forms. Having by prajna taken possession of the ear, he obtains all sounds. Having by prajna taken possession of the tongue, he obtains all tastes of food. Having by prajna taken possession of the two hands, he obtains all actions. Having by prajna taken possession of the body, he obtains pleasure and pain. Having by prajna taken possession of the organ, he obtains happiness, joy, and offspring. Having by prajna taken possession of the 2 feet, he obtains all movements. Having by prajna taken possession of mind, he obtains all thoughts. For without prajna, self-consciousness, speech does not make known to the self any word. My mind was absent, he says. I did not perceive that word. Without prajna, the nose does not make known any odor. My mind was absent, he says. I did not perceive that odor. Without prajna, the eye does not make known any form. My mind was absent, he says. I did not perceive that form. Without prajna, the ear does not make known any sound. My mind was absent, he says. I did not perceive that sound. Without prajna, the tongue does not make known any taste. My mind was absent, he says. I did not perceive that taste. Without prajna, the 2 hands do not make known any act. Our mind was absent, they say. We did not perceive any act. Without prajna, the body does not make known pleasure or pain. My mind was absent, he says. I did not perceive that pleasure or pain. Without prajna, the organ does not make known happiness, joy, or offspring. My mind was absent, he says. I did not perceive that happiness, joy, or offspring. Without prajna, the 2 feet do not make known any movement. Our mind was absent, they say. We did not perceive that movement. Without prajna, no thought succeeds. Nothing can be known that is to be known. Let no man try to find out what speech is. Let him know the speaker. Let no man try to find out what odor is. Let him know him who smells. Let no man try to find out what form is. Let him know the seer. Let no man try to find out what sound is. Let him know the hearer. Let no man try to find out the tastes of food. Let him know the knower of tastes. Let no man try to find out what action is. Let him know the agent. Let no man try to find out what pleasure and pain are. Let him know the knower of pleasure and pain. Let no man try to find out what happiness, joy, and offspring are. Let him know the knower of happiness, joy, and offspring. Let no man try to find out what movement is. Let him know the mover. Let no man try to find out what mind is. Let him know the thinker. These 10 objects, what is spoken, smelled, seen, etc., have reference to prajna, self-consciousness. The 10 subjects, speech, the senses, mind, have reference to objects. If there were no objects, there would be no subjects. And if there were no subjects, there would be no objects. For on either side alone, nothing could be achieved. But that the self of prajna, consciousness, and prana, life, is not many but one. For as in a car, the circumference of a wheel is placed on the spokes, and the spokes on the nave, thus are these objects, circumference, placed on the subjects, spokes, and the subjects on the prana. And that prana, breath, the living and breathing power, indeed is the self of prajna, the self-conscious self, blessed, imperishable, immortal. He does not increase by a good action, nor decrease by a bad action. For he, the self of prana and prajna, makes him whom he wishes to lead up from these worlds do a good deed, and the same makes him whom he wishes to lead down from these worlds do a bad deed. And he is the guardian of the world. He is the king of the world. He is the Lord of the universe. And he is my Indra's self. Thus let it be known. Yeah, thus let it be known. End of 3rd Adhyaya. There was formerly Gargaya Balaki, famous as a man of great reading, for it was said of him that he lived among the Usinaras, among the Satvat Matsyas, the Kuru Panchalas, the Kasi Videhas. Having gone to Anjatasatru, the king of Kasi, he said to him, "Shall I tell you, Brahman?" Anjatasatru said to him, "We give 1,000 cows for that speech of yours. For verily all people run away, saying, Janaka, the king of Mithila, is our father, patron." Balaki said, "The person that is in the sun, on him I meditate as Brahman." Ajatasatru said to him, No, do not challenge me to disputation on this. I meditate on him who is called great, clad in white raiment, the supreme, the head of all beings. Whoso meditates on him thus becomes supreme and the head of all beings. Balaki said, "The person that is in the moon, on him I meditate." Ajatasatru said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as Soma, the king, the self, source of all food. Whoso meditates on him thus becomes the self, source of all food." Balaki said, "The person that is in the lightning, on him I meditate." Ajatasatru said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the self in light. Whoso meditates on him thus becomes the self in light." Balaki said, "The person that is in the thunder, on him I meditate." Ajatasatru said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the self of sound. Whoso meditates on him thus becomes the self of sound." Balaki said, "The person that is in the ether, on him I meditate." Ajatasattu said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the full, quiescent Brahman. Whoso meditates on him thus is filled with offspring and cattle. Neither he himself nor his offspring dies before the time." Balaki said, "The person that is in the air, on him I meditate." Ajatasattu said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as Indra, Vaikunta, as the unconquerable army. Whoso meditates on him thus becomes victorious, unconquerable, conquering his enemies." Balaki said, "The person that is in the fire, on him I meditate." Ajatasattu said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as powerful. Whoso meditates on him thus becomes powerful among others." Balaki said, "The person that is in the water, on him I meditate." Ajatasattu said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the self of the name. Whoso meditates on him thus becomes the self of the name." So far with regard to deities, mythological, now with regard to the body, physiological. Balaki said, "The person that is in the mirror, on him I meditate." Ajatasattu said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the likeness. Whoso meditates on him thus, to him a son is born in his family who is his likeness, not one who is not his likeness." Balaki said, "The person that is in the echo, on him I meditate." Ajatasattu said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the second, who never goes away. Whoso meditates on him thus, he gets a second from his second, his wife. He becomes doubled." Balaki said, "The sound that follows a man, on that I meditate." Ajatasattu said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as life. Whoso meditates on him thus, neither he himself nor his offspring will faint before the time." Balaki said, "The person that is in the shadow, on him I meditate." Ajatasattu said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as death. Whoso meditates on him thus, neither he himself nor his offspring will die before the time." Balaki said, "The person that is embodied, on him I meditate." Ajatasattu said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as Lord of creatures. Whoso meditates on him thus is multiplied in offspring and cattle." Balaki said, "The self which is conscious, prajna, and by whom he who sleeps here walks about in sleep, on him I meditate." Ajatasattu said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as Yama, the king. Whoso meditates on him thus, everything is subdued for his excellencies." Balaki said, "The person that is in the right eye, on him I meditate." Ajatasattu said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the self of the name, as the self of fire, as the self of splendor. Whoso meditates on him thus, he becomes the self of these." Balaki said, "The person that is in the left eye, on him I meditate." Ajatasattu said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the self of the true, as the self of lightning, as the self of light. Whoso meditates on him thus, he becomes the self of these." After this, Balaki became silent. Ajatasattu said to him, "Thus far only do you know, O Balaki?" "Thus far only," replied Balaki. Then Ajatasattu said to him, "Vainly did you challenge me, saying, 'Shall I tell you, Brahman?' O Balaki, he who is the maker of those persons whom you mentioned, he of whom all this is the work, he alone is to be known." Thereupon Balaki came, carrying fuel in his hand, saying, "May I come to you as a pupil?" Ajatasattu said to him, "I deem it improper that a Kshatriya should initiate a Brahmana. Come, I shall make you know clearly." Then, taking him by the hand, he went forth, and the two together came to a person who was asleep. And Ajatasattu called him, saying, "Thou great one, clad in white raiment, Soma king." But he remained lying. Then he pushed him with a stick, and he rose at once. Then said Ajatasattu to him, "Balaki, where did this person here sleep? Where was he? Whence came he thus back?" Balaki did not know. And Ajatasattu said to him, "Where this person here slept, where he was, whence he thus came back is this: the arteries of the heart, called Hita, extend from the heart of the person towards the surrounding body. Small as a hair divided 1,000 times, they stand full of a thin fluid of various colors: white, black, yellow, red. In these the person is when sleeping, he sees no dream. Then he becomes one with that prana alone. Then speech goes to him with all names, the eye with all forms, the ear with all sounds, the mind with all thoughts. And when he awakes, then as from a burning fire, sparks proceed in all directions. Thus from that self the pranas, speech, etc., proceed each towards its place. From the pranas, the gods; from the gods, the worlds. And as a razor might be fitted in a razor case, or as fire in the fireplace, the arani on the altar, even thus this conscious self enters the self of the body, considers the body as himself, to the very hairs and nails, and the other selves, such as speech, etc., follow that self, as his people follow the master of the house. And as the master feeds with his people, nay, as his people feed on the master, thus does this conscious self feed with the other selves, as a master with his people, and the other selves follow him, as his people follow the master. So long as Indra did not understand that self, the Asuras conquered him. When he understood it, he conquered the Asuras and obtained the preeminence among all gods, sovereignty, supremacy. And thus also he who knows this obtains preeminence among all beings, sovereignty, supremacy. Yeah, he who knows this. End of 4th Adhyaya. End of Kaushitaki Upanishad. First Kanda. The pupil asks, at whose wish does the mind sent forth proceed on its errand? At whose command does the first breath go forth? At whose wish do we utter this speech? What God directs the eye or the ear? The teacher replies, it is the ear of the ear, the mind of the mind, the speech of speech, the breath of breath, and the eye of the eye. When freed from the senses, the wise, on departing from this world, become immortal. The eye does not go thither, nor speech, nor mind. We do not know, we do not understand how anyone can teach it. It is different from the known. It is also above the unknown. Thus, we have heard from those of old who taught us this. That which is not expressed by speech, and by which speech is expressed, that alone know as Brahman, not that which people hear, adore. That which does not think by mind, and by which they say mind is thought, that alone know as Brahman, not that which people hear, adore. That which does not see by the eye, and by which one sees the work of the eyes, that alone know as Brahman, not that which people hear, adore. That which does not hear by the ear, and by which the ear is heard, that alone know as Brahman, not that which people hear, adore. That which does not breathe by breath, and by which breath is drawn, that alone know as Brahman, not which people hear, adore. Second Kanda. The teacher says, if thou thinkest, I know it well, then thou knowest surely but little. What is that form of Brahman known it may be to thee? The pupil says, I do not think I know it well, nor do I know that I do not know it. He among us who knows this, he knows it, nor does he know that he does not know it. He by whom it, Brahman, is not thought, by him it is thought. He by whom it is thought knows it not. It is not understood by those who understand it. It is understood by those who do not understand it. It is thought to be known as if by awakening, and then we obtain immortality indeed. By the self we obtain strength. By knowledge we obtain immortality. If a man know this here, that is the true end of life. If he does not know this here, then there is great destruction, new births. The wise who have thought on all things and recognized the self in them become immortal when they have departed from this world. Third Kanda. Brahman obtained the victory for the Devas. The Devas became elated by the victory of Brahman, and they thought, "This victory is ours only. This greatness is ours only." Brahman perceived this and appeared to them, but they did not know it and said, "What sprite, Yaksha, or Yakshaya is this?" They said to Agni, fire, "O Gathavedas, find out what sprite this is." "Yes," he said. He ran toward it, and Brahman said to him, "Who are you?" He replied, "I am Agni. I am Gathavedas." Brahman said, "What power is in you?" Agni replied, "I could burn all, whatever there is on earth." Brahman put a straw before him, saying, "Burn this." He went towards it with all his might, but he could not burn it. Then he returned thence and said, "I could not find out what sprite this is." Then they said to Vayu, air, "O Vayu, find out what sprite this is." "Yes," he said. He ran toward it, and Brahman said to him, "Who are you?" He replied, "I am Vayu. I am Matariswan." Brahman said, "What power is in you?" Vayu replied, "I could take up all whatever there is on earth." Brahman put a straw before him, saying, "Take it up." He went towards it with all his might, but he could not take it up. Then he returned thence and said, "I could not find out what sprite this is." Then they said to Indra, "O Maghavan, find out what sprite this is." He went towards it, but it disappeared from before him. Then in the same space, ether, he came towards a woman, highly adorned. It was Uma, the daughter of Himavat. He said to her, "Who is that sprite?" Fourth Kanda. She replied, "It is Brahman. It is through the victory of Brahman that you have thus become great." After that, he knew that it was Brahman. Therefore, these Devas, namely Agni, Vayu, and Indra, are as it were above the other gods, for they touched it, the Brahman, nearest. And therefore Indra is as it were above the other gods, for he touched it nearest. He first knew it. This is the teaching of Brahman with regard to the gods, mythological. It is that which now flashes forth in the lightning and now vanishes again. And this is the teaching of Brahman with regard to the body, psychological. It is that which seems to move as mind, and by it imagination remembers again and again. That Brahman is called Tadavana. By the name of Tadavana, it is to be meditated on. All beings have a desire for him who knows this. The Teacher: As you have asked me to tell you the Upanishad has now been told you. We have told you the Brahmi Upanishad. The feet on which that Upanishad stands, or penance, restraint, sacrifice. The Vedas are all its limbs. The true is its abode. He who knows this Upanishad and has shaken off all evil stands in the endless, unconquerable world of heaven. Yeah, in the world of heaven. End of Kena Upanishad. First Prapataka. The laying of the formerly described sacrificial fires is indeed the sacrifice of Brahman. Therefore, let the sacrificer, after he has laid those fires, meditate on the self. Thus only does the sacrificer becomes complete and faultless. But who is to be meditated on? He who is called prana, breath. Of him there is this story. A king named Brihadarata, having established his son in his sovereignty, went into the forest, because he considered this body as transient and had obtained freedom from all desires. Having performed the highest penance, he stands there with uplifted arms, looking up to the sun. At the end of 1,000 days, the saint Sakayana, who knew the self, came near, burning with splendor, like a fire without smoke. He said to the king, "Rise, rise, choose a boon." The king, bowing before him, said, "O saint, I know not the self. Thou knowest the essence of the self. We have heard so. Teach it us." Sakayana replied, "This was achieved of yore, but what thou askest is difficult to obtain. O Aikshvaka, choose other pleasures." The king, touching the saint's feet with his head, recited this Gatha. O saint, what is the use of the enjoyment of pleasures in this offensive, pithless body, a mere mass of bones, skin, sinew, marrow, flesh, seed, blood, mucus, tears, phlegm, ordure, water, bile, and slime? What is the use of the enjoyment of pleasures in this body which is assailed by lust, hatred, greed, delusion, fear, anguish, jealousy, separation from what is loved, union with what is not loved, hunger, thirst, old age, death, illness, grief, and other evils? And we see that all this is perishable, as these flies, gnats, and other insects, as herbs and trees growing and decaying. And what of these? There are other great ones, mighty wielders of bows, rulers of empires, Sudhyumma, Buridyumma, Indrayumma, Kuvalayasva, Yayuvanasva, Vadrayasva, Asvapati, Sasbindu, Harishchandra, Ambarisha, Nahausha, Ananta, Saryati, Yayati, Anaranya, Ukshasena, etc., and kings such as Maruta, Bharata, Dhanushyanti, and others, who before the eyes of their whole family surrendered the greatest happiness and passed on from this world to that. And what of these? There are other great ones. We see the destruction of Gandharvas, Asuras, Yakshas, Rakshasas, Bhutas, Ganas, pisachas, snakes, and vampires. And what of these? There is the drying up of other great oceans, the falling of mountains, the moving of the pole star, the cutting of the wind ropes that hold the stars, the submergence of the earth, and the departure of the gods, suras, from their place. In such a world as this, what is the use of the enjoyment of pleasures if he who has fed on them is seen to return to this world again and again? Design therefore to take me out. In this world I am like a frog in a dry well. O Saint, thou art my way, thou art my way. End of first Prapataka. Then the saint Sakayanya, well pleased, said to the king, Great King Brihadrata, thou banner of the race of Ikshavaku, quickly obtaining a knowledge of self, thou art happy, and art renowned by the name of Marut, the wind. This indeed is thyself. Which, O saint? said the king. Then the saint said to him, He who without stopping the out-breathing proceeds upwards from the sthula to the sukshma sartha, and who, modified by impressions and yet not modified, drives away the darkness of error, he is the self. Thus said the saint Maitri. And Sakayanya said to the king Brihadrata, He who in perfect rest, rising from his body, both from the sthula and sukshma, and reaching the highest light, comes forth in his own form, he is the self. Thus said Sakayanya. This is the immortal, the fearless, this is Brahman. Now then, this is the science of Brahman and the science of all Upanishads, O king, which was told us by the saint Maitri. I shall tell it to thee. We hear in the sacred records that there were once the Valakilyas, who had left off all evil, who were vigorous and passionless. They said to the Prajapati Kratu, O saint, this body is without intelligence, like a cart. To what supernatural being belongs this great power by which such a body has been made intelligent? Or who is the driver? What thou knowest, O saint, tell us that. Prajapati answered and said, He who in the Shruti is called standing above, like passionless ascetics amidst the objects of the world, he indeed, the pure, clean, undeveloped, tranquil, breathless, bodiless, endless, imperishable, firm, everlasting, unborn, independent one, stands in his own greatness, and by him has this body been made intelligent, and he is also the driver of it. They said, O saint, how has this been made intelligent by such a being as this, which has no desires, and how is he its driver? He answered them and said, That self, which is very small, invisible, incomprehensible, called Purusha, dwells of his own will here in part, just as a man who is fast asleep awakes of his own will. And this part of the self, which is entirely intelligent, reflected in man as the sun in different vessels of water, knowing the body, Kshetrajnana, attested by his conceiving, willing, and believing, is Prajapati, Lord of creatures, called Visva. By him, the intelligent, is this body made intelligent, and he is the driver thereof. They said to him, O saint, if this has been made intelligent by such a being as this, which has no desires, and if he is the driver thereof, how was it? He answered them and said, In the beginning, Prajapati, the Lord of creatures, stood alone. He had no happiness when alone. Meditating on himself, he created many creatures. He looked on them and saw they were like a stone, without understanding, and standing like a lifeless post. He had no happiness. He thought, I shall enter within, that they may awake. Making himself like air, Vayu, he entered within. Being one, he could not do it. Then, dividing himself fivefold, he is called Prana, Apana, Samana, Udana, Vyana. Now, that air which rises upwards is Prana. That which moves downwards is Apana. That by which these two are supposed to be held is Vyana. That which carries the grosser material of food to the Apana and brings the subtler material to each limb has the name Samana. After these, Prana, Apana, Samana, comes the work of Vyana, and between them, the Prana, Apana, and Samana on one side, and the Vyana on the other, comes the rising of the Udana. That which brings up or carries down what has been drunk and eaten is the Udana. Now, the Upamsu vessel or Prana depends on the Antrayama vessel, Apana, and the Antrayama vessel, Apana, on the Upamsu vessel, Prana, and between these two, the self-resplendent, self-produced heat. This heat is the Purusha, person, and this Purusha is Agni Visvanara. And thus it is said elsewhere, Agni Visvanara is the fire within man, by which the food that is eaten is cooked, that is, digested. Its noise is what one hears if one covers one's ears. When a man is on the point of departing this life, he does not hear that noise. Now he, having divided himself fivefold, is hidden in a secret place, Buddhi, assuming the nature of mind, having the pranas as his body, resplendent, having true concepts, and free like ether. Feeling even thus that he has not attained his object, he thinks from within the interior of the heart, let me enjoy objects. Therefore, having first broken open these five apertures of the senses, he enjoys the objects by means of the five reins. This means that these perceptive organs, ear, skin, eye, tongue, nose, are his reins. The active organs, tongue for speaking, hands, feet, anus, generative organ, his horses, the body, his chariot, the mind, the charioteer, the whip, being the temperament. Driven by that whip, this body goes round like the wheel driven by the potter. This body is made intelligent, and he is the driver thereof. This is indeed the Self, who, seeming to be filled with desires, and seeming to be overcome by bright or dark fruits of action, wanders about in every body, himself remaining free. Because he is not manifest, because he is infinitely small, because he is invisible, because he cannot be grasped, because he is attached to nothing. Therefore he, seeming to be changing, an agent in that which is not Prakriti, is in reality not an agent and unchanging. He is pure, firm, stable, undefiled, unmoved, free from desire, remaining a spectator, resting in himself. Having concealed himself in the cloak of the three qualities, he appears as the enjoyer of Ritha, of his good works. End of second Prapataka. The Valakilyas said to Prajapati Kratu, O saint, if thou dost show us the greatness of that Self, then who is that other different one, also called Self, who really, overcome by bright and dark fruits of action, enters on a good or bad birth? Downward or upward is his course, and overcome by the pairs, distinction between hot and cold, pleasure and pain, etc., he roams about. Prajapati Kratu replied, there is indeed that other different one called the elemental Self, Bhutatma, who, overcome by bright and dark fruits of action, enters on a good or bad birth. Downward or upward is his course, and overcome by the pairs, he roams about. And this is his explanation. The five Tanmatras, sound, touch, form, taste, smell, are called Bhuta. Also, the five Mahabhutas, gross elements, are called Bhuta. Then the aggregate of all these is called Sarira, body. And lastly, he of whom it was said that he dwelt in the body, he is called Bhutatma, the elemental Self. Thus, his immortal Self is like a drop of water on a lotus leaf, and he himself is overcome by the qualities of nature. Then, because he is thus overcome, he becomes bewildered, and because he is bewildered, he saw not the Creator, the Holy Lord, abiding within himself. Carried along by the waves of the qualities, darkened in his imaginations, unstable, fickle, crippled, full of desires, vacillating, he enters into belief, believing, I am he, this is mine. He binds his self by his self, as a bird with a net, and overcome afterwards by the fruits of what he has done, he enters on a good and bad birth. Downward or upward is his course, and overcome by the pairs, he roams about. They asked, which is it? And he answered them, This also has elsewhere been said. He who acts is the elemental self. He who causes to act by means of the organs is the inner man, Antapurusha. Now, as even a ball of iron, pervaded, overcome by fire, and hammered by smiths, becomes manifold, assumes different forms such as crooked, round, large, small. Thus, the elemental self, pervaded, overcome by the inner man, and hammered by the qualities, becomes manifold. And the 4 tribes, mammals, birds, etc., the 14 worlds, Bhur, etc., with all the number of beings multiplied 84 times, all this appears as manifoldness. And those multiplied things are impelled by man, Purusha, as the wheel by the potter. And as when the ball of iron is hammered, the fire is not overcome, so the inner man is not overcome, but the elemental self is overcome, because it has united itself with the elements. And it has been said elsewhere, this body produced from marriage and endowed with growth in darkness came forth by the urinary passage, was built up with bones, bedaubed with flesh, thatched with skin, filled with ordure, urine, bile, slime, marrow, fat, oil, and many impurities besides, like a treasury full of treasures. And it has been said elsewhere, bewilderment, fear, grief, sleep, sloth, carelessness, decay, sorrow, hunger, thirst, niggardliness, wrath, infidelity, ignorance, envy, cruelty, folly, shamelessness, meanness, pride, changeability. These are the results of the quality of darkness, Tama. Inward thirst, fondness, passion, covetousness, unkindness, love, hatred, deceit, jealousy, vain restlessness, fickleness, unstableness, emulation, greed, patronizing of friends, family pride, aversion to disagreeable objects, devotion to agreeable objects, whispering, prodigality. These are the results of the quality of passion, rajas. By these he is filled. By these he is overcome. And therefore this elemental self assumes manifold forms. Yes, manifold forms. End of 3rd Prapataka. The Valakilyas, whose passions were subdued, approached him full of amazement and said, O Saint, we bow before thee. Teach thou, for thou art the way, and there is no other for us. What process is there for the elemental self by which, after leaving this identity with the elemental body, he obtains union with the true self? Prajapati Kratu said to him, it has been said elsewhere, like the waves in large rivers, that which has been done before cannot be turned back. And like the tide of the sea, the approach of death is hard to stem. Bound by the fetters of the fruits of good and evil, like a cripple without freedom, like a man in prison, beset by many fears, like one standing before Yama, the judge of the dead, intoxicated by the wine of illusion, like one intoxicated by wine, rushing about, like one possessed by an evil spirit, bitten by the world, like one bitten by a great serpent, darkened by passion, like the night, illusory like magic, false like a dream, pithless like the inside of the kadali, changing its dress in a moment, like an actor, fair in appearance, like a painted wall. Thus they call him, and therefore it is said, sound, touch, and other things are like nothings. If the elemental self is attached to them, it will not remember the highest place. This is indeed the remedy for the elemental self: acquirement of the knowledge of the Veda, performance of one's own duty, therefore conformity on the part of each man to the order to which he happens to belong. This is indeed the rule for one's own duty. Other performances are like the mere branches of a stem. Through it one obtains the highest above, otherwise one falls downward. Thus is one's own duty declared, which is to be found in the Vedas. No one belongs truly to an order, ashrama, who transgresses his own law. And if people say that a man does not belong to any of the orders, and that he is an ascetic, this is wrong. Though, on the other hand, no one who is not an ascetic brings his sacrificial works to perfection or obtains knowledge of the highest self. For thus it is said, by ascetic penance, goodness is obtained. From goodness, understanding is reached. From understanding, the self is obtained. And he who has obtained that does not return. Brahman is. Thus said one who knew the science of Brahman. And this penance is the door to Brahman. Thus said one who by penance had cast off all sin. The syllable Om is the manifest greatness of Brahman. Thus said one who, well grounded in Brahman, always meditates on it. Therefore, by knowledge, by penance, and by meditation is Brahman gained. Thus one goes beyond Brahman, Hiranyagarbha, and to a divinity higher than the gods. Nay, he who knows this and worships Brahman by these three, by knowledge, penance, and meditation, obtains bliss imperishable, infinite, and unchangeable. Then freed from those things, the senses of the body, etc., by which he was filled and overcome, a mere charioteer, he obtains union with the self. The Valakilyas said, O saint, thou art the teacher, thou art the teacher. What thou hast said has been properly laid up in our mind. Now answer us a further question. Agni, Vayu, Aditya, time, Kala, which is breath, prana, food, Anna, Brahma, Rudra, Vishnu, thus do some meditate on one, some on another. Say, which of these is the best for us? He said to them, These are but the chief manifestations of the highest, the immortal, the incorporeal Brahman. He who is devoted to one rejoices here in his world presence. Thus he said, Brahman indeed is all this, and a man may meditate on, worship, or discard also those which are its chief manifestations. With these deities he proceeds to higher and higher worlds, and when all things perish, he becomes one with the Purusha. Yes, with the Purusha. End of 4th Prapataka. Next follows Kutsayana's hymn of praise. Thou art Brahma, and thou art Vishnu. Thou art Rudra, thou Prajapati, thou art Agni, Varuna, Vayu, thou art Indra, thou the moon. Thou art Anna, the food or the eater. Thou art Yama, thou art the earth, thou art all. Thou art the imperishable. In thee all things exist, in many forms, whether for their natural or for their own higher ends. Lord of the universe, glory to thee. Thou art the self of all. Thou art the maker of all, the enjoyer of all. Thou art all life, and the Lord of all pleasure and joy. Glory to thee, the tranquil, the deeply hidden, the incomprehensible, the immeasurable, without beginning and without end. In the beginning, darkness, tamas alone was this. It was in the highest and moved by the highest. It becomes uneven. Thus it becomes obscurity, rajas. Then this obscurity, being moved, becomes uneven. Thus it becomes goodness, sattva. Then this goodness, being moved, the essence flowed forth. This is that part or state of self which is entirely intelligent, reflected in man as the sun is in different vessels of water. Knowing the body, Kshetrajnana, attested by his conceiving, willing, and believing, it is Prajapati, called Visva. His manifestations have been declared before. Now that part of him which belongs to darkness, that, O students, is he who is called Rudra. That part of him which belongs to obscurity, that, O students, is he who is called Brahma. That part of him which belongs to goodness, that, O students, is he who is called Vishnu. He being one becomes 3, becomes 8, becomes 11, becomes 12, becomes infinite. Because he thus came to be, he is the being. He moves about, having entered all beings. He has become the Lord of all beings. He is the self within and without. Yes, within and without. End of 5th Prapataka. He, the Self, bears the Self in two ways, as he who is prana, breath, and as he who is aditya, the sun. Therefore, there are two paths for him, within and without, and they both turn back in a day and night. The sun is the outer self, the inner self is breath. Hence, the motion of the inner self is inferred from the motion of the outer self. For thus it is said, he who knows and has thrown off all evil, the overseer of the senses, the pure-minded, firmly grounded in the self, and looking away from all earthly objects, he is the same. Likewise, the motion of the outer self is inferred from the motion of the inner self. For thus it is said, he who within the sun is the golden person, who looks upon this earth from his golden place, he is the same, who after entering the inner lotus of the heart devours food, perceives sensuous objects, etc. And he who, having entered the inner lotus of the heart, devours food, the same, having gone to the sky as the fire of the sun, called time, and being invisible, devours all beings as his food. What is that lotus, and of what is it made? The Valakilyas ask. That lotus is the same as the ether, the four quarters, and the four intermediate points or its leaves. These two, breath and the sun, move on near to each other, in the heart and in the ether. Let him worship these two with the syllable Om, with the Vyahriti words Bhu, Bhuva, Sava, and with the Savitri hymn. There are two forms of Brahman, the material effect and the immaterial cause. The material is false, the immaterial is true. That which is true is Brahman, that which is Brahman is light, and that which is light is the sun. And this sun became the self of that Om. He divided himself threefold, for Om consists of three letters, A, U, Through them all this is contained in him as warp and woof. For thus it is said, meditate on that sun as Om, join yourself, the breath, with the self of the sun. And thus it has been said elsewhere, the Udgita of the Sama Veda is the Pranava of the Rig Veda, and the Pranava is the Udgita, and thus the sun is Udgita, and he is Pranava or Om. For thus it is said, the Udgita called Pranava, the leader in the performance of sacrifices, the bright, the sleepless, free from old age and death, three-footed, consisting of three letters, A, U, and likewise to be known as fivefold, five pranas placed in the cave. And it is also said, the three-footed Brahman has its root upward, the branches are ether, wind, fire, water, earth, etc. This one Asvatha by name, the world is Brahman, and of it that is the light which is called the sun, and it is also called the light of that syllable, Om. Therefore, let him forever worship that breath and sun as manifestations of Brahman with the syllable Om. He alone enlightens us, for thus it is said, this alone is the pure syllable, this alone is the highest syllable. He who knows that syllable only, whatever he desires is his. And thus it has been said elsewhere, this Om is the sound endowed body of him, Pranadityatman. This is his gender endowed body, namely feminine, masculine, neuter. This is his light endowed body, namely Agni, Vayu, Aditya. This is his Lord endowed body, namely Brahma, Rudra, Vishnu. This is his mouth endowed body, namely Garagapatya, Dakshinangini, Ahavanya. This is his knowledge endowed body, namely Rik, Yajus, Saman. This is his world endowed body, namely Bhu, Bhuva, Sava. This is his time endowed body, namely past, present, future. This is his heat endowed body, namely breath, fire, sun. This is his growth endowed body, namely food, water, moon. This is his thought endowed body, namely intellect, mind, personality. This is his breath endowed body, namely prana, apana, vyana. Therefore, by the aforesaid syllable Om, are all these here enumerated bodies praised and identified with the Pranadityatman. For thus it is said, O Satyakama, the syllable Om is the high and the low Brahman. This world was unuttered. Then forsooth Prajapati, having brooded, uttered it in the words Bhu, Bhuva, Sava. This is the grossest body of that Prajapati, consisting of the three worlds. Of that body, Sava is the head, Bhuva the navel, Bhu the feet, the sun the eye. For in the eye is fixed man's great measure, because with the eye he makes all measurements. The eye is truth, Satyam. For the person Purusha dwelling in the eye proceeds to all things, knows all objects with certainty. Therefore let a man worship with the Vyahritis, Bhu, Bhuva, Sava, for thus Prajapati, the self of all, is worshipped as the sun, the eye of all. For thus it is said, this the sun is Prajapati's all-supporting body, for in it this all is hid by the light of the sun, and in this all the light is hid. Therefore this is worshipped. The Savitri begins, Tat Savitur Varenaya, that is, this of Savitri to be chosen. Here the Aditya sun is Savitri, and the same is to be chosen by the lover of self. Thus say the Brahma teachers. Then follows the next foot in the Savitri, Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi that is the splendor of the God we meditate on. Here the God is Savitri, and therefore he who is called his splendor, him I meditate on. Thus say the Brahma teachers. Then follows the last foot, Diyo yona prajodaya, that is, who should stir up our thoughts. Here the Diyo are thoughts, and he should stir these up for us. Thus says the Brahma teachers. He now explains the word Bhargas. Now he who is called Bhargas is he who is placed in yonder Aditya sun, or he who is the pupil in the eye. And he is so called because his going Gati is by rays, Bhavik, or because he parches, Bhargayati, and makes the world to shrivel up. Rudra is called Bhargas. Thus say the Brahma teachers. Or Bha means that he lights up these worlds, Ra, that he delights these beings, Ga, that these creatures go to him and come from him. Therefore, being a Bharagha, he is called Bhargas. Surya, sun, is so called because Soma is continually squeezed out, Su. Savitri, sun, is so called because he brings forth, Su. Aditya, sun, is so called because he takes up, Adha, vapor, or the life of man. Pavana is so called because he purifies, Pu. Apas, water, is so called because it nourishes, Pya. And it is said, surely the self-absorbed in prana, breath, which is called immortal, is the thinker, the perceiver, the goer, the evacuator, the delighter, the doer, the speaker, the taster, the smeller, the seer, the hearer, and he touches. He is Vibhu, the pervader, who has entered into the body. And it is said, and the same self is also called Isa, Lord, Sambhu, Bhava, Rudra, Tamasa, Prajapati, Lord of creatures, Visvasaraj, creature of all, Hiranyagarbha, Satyam, truth, Prana, breath, Hamsa, Rajasa, Sastri, ruler, Vishnu, Narayana, Satvika, Arka, Savitri, Datri, supporter, Vidatri, creator, Samraj, king, Indra, Indu, moon. He is also he who warms the sun hidden by the thousand-eyed golden egg, as one fire by another. He used to be thought after, he used to be sought after. Having said farewell to all living beings, having gone to the forest, and having renounced all sensuous objects, let man perceive the self from his own body. See him who assumes all forms, the golden, who knows all things, who ascends highest, alone in his splendor, and warms us. The thousand-rayed, who abides in 100 places, the spirit of all creatures, the sun rises. Therefore, he who by knowing this has become the self of both breath and sun, meditates, while meditating on them on his self, sacrifices, while sacrificing to them to his self, this meditation, the mind thus absorbed in these acts, is praised by the wise. Then let him purify the contamination of the mind by the verse Ukishtopahatam, etc. Be it food left or food defiled by left food, be it food given by a sinner, food coming from a dead person, or from one impure from childbirth. May the purifying power of Vasu, may Agni and the rays of Savitri purify it and all my sin. First, before eating, he surrounds the offered food with water in rinsing his mouth, then saying Swaha to Prana, Swaha to Apana, Swaha to Vyana, Swaha to Samana, Swaha to Udana. He offers the food with 5 invocations in the fire of the mouth. What is over, he eats in silence, and then he surrounds the food once more afterwards with water, rinsing the mouth after his meal. Having washed, let him, after sacrificing to himself, meditate on his self with these 2 verses. Prano Jina and Visvosi, namely, may the highest self as breath, as fire, digestive heat, as consisting of the 5 vital airs, having entered the body, himself satisfied, satisfy all, he who protects all. Thou art Visva, all. Thou art Visvanara, fire. All that is born is upheld by thee. May all offerings enter into thee. Creatures live where thou grantest immortality to all. He who eats according to this rule does not in turn become food for others. There is something else to be known. There is a further modification of this self-sacrifice, the eating, namely the food and the eater thereof. This is the explanation. The thinking Purusha, person, when he abides within the Pradhana, nature, is the feeder who feeds on the food supplied by Prakriti, nature. The elemental self is truly his food, his maker being Pradhana, nature. Therefore, what is composed of the 3 qualities, gunas, is the food, but the person within is the feeder. And for this, the evidence is supplied by the senses. For animals spring from seed, and as the seed is the food, therefore it is clear that what is food is Pradhana, the seed or cause of everything. Therefore, as has been said, the Purusha, person, is the eater, Prakriti, the food, and abiding within it, he feeds. All that begins with the Mahat, power of intellect, and ends with the Visheshas, elements, being developed from the distinction of nature with its 3 qualities, is the sign that there must be a Purusha, an intelligent subject. And in this manner the way with its 14 steps has been explained. This is comprehended in the following verse. This world is indeed the food, called pleasure, pain, and error, the result of the 3 qualities. There is no laying hold of the taste of the seed cause, so long as there is no development in the shape of effect. And in its three stages also, it has the character of food, as childhood, youth, and old age. For because these are developed, therefore there is in them the character of food. And in the following manner does the perception of pradhana nature take place after it has become manifest. Intellect and the rest, such as determination, conception, consciousness, or for the tasting of the effects of pradhana. Then there are the five perceptive organs intended for the five objects of senses, for to taste them. And thus are all acts of the five active organs, and the acts of the five pranas or vital airs, for the tasting of their corresponding objects. Thus what is manifest of nature is food, and what is not manifest is food. The enjoyer of it is without qualities, but because he has the quality of being an enjoyer, it follows that he possesses intelligence. As Agni, fire, is the food eater among the gods, and Soma the food, so he who knows this eats food by Agni, is not defiled by food as little as Agni, the sacrificial fire. This elemental self called Soma, food, is also called Agni, as having undeveloped nature for its mouth, as enjoying through nature and being independent of it, because it is said, the Purusha person enjoys nature with its three qualities by the mouth of undeveloped nature. He who knows this is an ascetic, a yogin. He is a performer of the self-sacrifice. And he who does not touch the objects of the senses when they intrude on him, as no one would touch a woman intruding into an empty house, he is an ascetic, a yogin, a performer of the self-sacrifice. This is the highest form of self, namely, food, for this prana, this body, subsists on food. If it eats not, it cannot perceive, hear, touch, see, smell, taste, and it loses the vital airs. For thus it is said, if it eats, then in full possession of the vital airs, it can perceive, hear, touch, speak, taste, smell, see. And thus it is said, from food are born all creatures that live on earth. Afterwards they live on food, and in the end, when they die, they return to it. And thus it is said elsewhere, surely all these creatures run about day and night, wishing to catch food. The sun takes food with his rays, and by it he shines. These vital airs digest when sprinkled with food. Fire flares up by food, and by Brahma Prajapati, desirous of food, has all this been made. Therefore, let a man worship food as his self. For thus it is said, from food creatures are born. By food they grow when born, because it is eaten, and because it eats creatures. Therefore it is called food, annam. And thus it is said elsewhere, this food is the body of the blessed Vishnu, called Visvabrit, all sustaining. Breath is the essence of food, mind of breath, knowledge of mind, joy of knowledge. He who knows this is possessed of food, breath, mind, knowledge, and joy. Whatever creatures here on earth eat food, abiding in them, he who knows this eats food. Food has been called undecaying. Food has been called worshipful. Food is the breath of animals. Food is the oldest. Food has been called the physician. And thus it has been said elsewhere, food is the cause of all this, time of food, and the sun is the cause of time. The visible form of time is the year, consisting of 12 months, made up of nimishas, twinklings, and other measures. Of the year, one half, when the sun moves northward, belongs to Agni, the other to Varuna, when the sun moves southward. That which belongs to Agni begins with the asterism of Magha and ends with half of the asterism of Sarvastha, the sun stepping down northward. That which belongs to Soma instead of Varuna begins with the asterism of Asleha, sacred to the serpents, and ends with the half of the asterism of Sarvishta, the sun stepping up southward. And then there are the months, one by one, belonging to the year, each consisting of 9/4 of asterisms, 2 asterisms and a quarter, being the 12th part of the passage of the sun through the 27 nakshatras, each determined by the sun moving together with the asterisms. Because time is imperceptible by sense, therefore this, the progress of the sun, etc., is its evidence, and by it alone is time proved to exist. Without proof, there is no apprehension of what is to be proved. But even what is to be proved can become proof, for the sake of making itself known, if the parts, the twinklings, etc., can be distinguished from the whole time. For thus it is said, as many portions of time as there are, through them the sun proceeds. He who worships time as Brahman, from him time moves away very far. And thus it is said, from time all beings flow. From time they grow. In time they obtain rest. Time is visible sun and invisible moments. There are 2 forms of Brahman, time and non-time. That which was before the existence of the sun is non-time and has no parts. That which had its beginning from the sun is time and has parts. Of that which has parts, the ear is the form, and from the ear are born all creatures. When produced by the ear, they grow and go again to rest in the ear. Therefore, the ear is Prajapati, is time, is food, is the nest of Brahman, is self. Thus it is said, time ripens and dissolves all beings in the great self. But he who knows into what time itself is dissolved, he is the knower of the Veda. This manifest time is the great ocean of creatures. He who is called Savitri, the sun as begetter, dwells in it, from whence the moon, stars, planets, the year, and the rest are begotten. From them again comes all this, and thus whatever of good or evil is seen in this world comes from them. Therefore, Brahman is the self of the sun, and a man should worship the sun under the name of time. Some say the sun is Brahman, and thus it is said, the sacrificer, the deity that enjoys the sacrifice, the oblation, the hymn, the sacrifice, Vishnu, Prajapati, all this is the Lord, the witness that shines in yonder orb. In the beginning, Brahman was all this. He was one and infinite, infinite in the east, infinite in the south, infinite in the west, infinite in the north, above and below and everywhere, infinite. East and the other regions do not exist for him, nor across, nor below, nor above. The highest self is not to be fixed. He is unlimited, unborn, not to be reasoned about, not to be conceived. He is like the ether, everywhere, and at the destruction of the universe he alone is awake. Thus from that ether he wakes all this world, which consists of thought only, and by him alone is all this meditated on, and in him it is dissolved. His is that luminous form which shines in the sun, and the manifold light in the smokeless fire, and the heat which in the stomach digests the food. Thus it is said, he who is in the fire, and he who is in the heart, and he who is in the sun, they are one and the same. He who knows this becomes one with the One. This is the rule for achieving it, namely, concentration of the mind on the object of meditation, restraint of the breath, restraint of the senses, meditation, fixed attention, investigation, absorption. These are called the sixfold yoga. When beholding by this yoga, he beholds the gold-colored maker, the Lord, the person, Brahman, the cause. Then the sage, leaving behind good and evil, makes everything, breath, organs of sense, body, etc., to be one in the highest indestructible, in the Pratyatman or Brahman. And thus it is said, as birds and deer do not approach a burning mountain, so sins never approach those who know Brahman. And thus it is said elsewhere, when he who knows has, while he is still prana, breath, restrained his mind, and placed all objects of the senses far away from himself, then let him remain without any conceptions. And because the living person, called prana, breath, has been produced here on earth from that which is not prana, the thinking self, therefore let this prana merge the prana himself in what is called the fourth. And thus it is said, what is without thought, though placed in the center of thought, what cannot be thought, the hidden, the highest, let a man merge his thought there. Then will this living being linger, be without attachment. And thus it has been said elsewhere, there is the superior fixed attention, dharana, for him, namely, if he presses the tip of the tongue down the palate and restrains voice, mind, and breath. He sees Brahman by discrimination, tarka, and when, after the cessation of mind, he sees his own self, smaller than small, and shining as the highest self, then having seen his self as the self, he becomes selfless. And because he is selfless, he is without limit, without cause, absorbed in thought. This is the highest mystery, namely final liberation. And thus it is said, through the serenity of the thought, he kills all actions, good or bad. His self-serene, abiding in the self, obtains imperishable bliss. And thus it has been said elsewhere, the artery called Sushmana, going upwards from the heart to the Brahmanandra, serving as the passage of the prana, is divided within the palate. Through that artery, when it has been joined by the breath, held in subjection by the sacred syllable Om, and by the mind absorbed in the contemplation of Brahman, let him proceed upwards, and after turning the tip of the tongue to the palate without using any of the organs of sense, let greatness perceive greatness. From thence he goes to selflessness, and through selflessness he ceases to be an enjoyer of pleasure and pain. He obtains aloneness, kevalatva, final deliverance. And thus it is said, having successively fixed the breath, after it had been restrained in the palate, thence having crossed the limit, the life, let him join himself afterwards to the limitless Brahman in the crown of the head. End of stanzas 1 to 21 of the 6th Prapataka of Maitrayaniya Upanishad. And thus it has been said elsewhere, two Brahmans have to be meditated on, the word and the non-word. By the word alone is the non-word revealed. Now there is the word Om, moving upward by it, where all words and all what is meant by them ceases. He arrives at absorption in the non-word Brahman. This is the way, this is the immortal, this is union, and this is bliss. And as the spider, moving upward by the thread, gains free space, thus also he who meditates, moving upward by the syllable Om, gains independence. Other teachers of the word as Brahman think otherwise. They listen to the sound of the ether within the heart, while they stop the ears with the thumbs. They compare it to 7 noises, like rivers, like a bell, like a brazen vessel, like the wheels of a carriage, like the croaking of frogs, like rain, and as if a man speaks in a cavern. Having passed beyond this variously apprehended sound, and having settled in the supreme, soundless, non-word, unmanifested Brahman, they become undistinguished and undistinguishable, as various flavors of the flowers are lost in the taste of honey. And thus it is said, two Brahmans are to be known, the word Brahman and the highest Brahman. He who is perfect in the word Brahman attains the highest Brahman. And thus it has been said elsewhere, the syllable Om is what is called the Word, and its end is the silent, the soundless, fearless, sorrowless, joyful, satisfied, firm, unwavering, immortal, immovable, certain Brahman called Vishnu. Let him worship these two, that he may obtain what is higher than everything, final deliverance. For thus it is said, he who is the high and the highest God by name Omkara, he is soundless and free from all distinctions. Therefore let a man dwell on him in the crown of his head. And thus it has been said elsewhere, the body is the bow, the syllable Om is the arrow, its point is the mind. Having cut through the darkness, which consists of ignorance, it approaches that which is not covered by darkness. Then having cut through that which was covered, the personal soul, he saw Brahman, flashing like a wheel on fire, bright like the sun, vigorous, beyond all darkness, that which shines forth in yonder sun, in the moon, in the fire, in the lightning. And having seen him, he obtains immortality. And thus it has been said, meditation is directed to the highest being Brahman within and before to the objects, body, Om, mind. Thence the indistinct understanding becomes distinct. And when the works of the mind are dissolved, then that bliss which requires no other witness, that is Brahman, Atman, the immortal, the brilliant, that is the way, that is the true world. And thus it has been said elsewhere, he who has his senses hidden as in sleep, and who while in the cavern of his senses, his body, but no longer ruled by them, sees as in a dream with the purest intellect, him who is called Pranava, Om, the leader, the bright, the sleepless, free from old age, from death and sorrow. He is himself also called Pranava, and becomes a leader, bright, sleepless, free from old age, from death and sorrow. And thus it is said, because in this manner he joins the prana breath, the Om, and this universe in its manifold forms, or because they join themselves to him. Therefore this process of meditation is called yoga, joining the oneness of breath, mind and senses, and then the surrendering of all conceptions, that is called yoga. And thus it has also been said elsewhere, as a sportsman, after drawing out the denizens of the waters with a net, offers them as a sacrifice in the fire of his stomach. Thus are these pranas, vital airs, after they have been drawn out with the syllable Om, offered in the faultless fire, Brahman. Hence he is like a heated vessel, full of clarified butter. For as the clarified butter in the heated vessel lights up when touched with grass and sticks, thus does this being, which is called not breath, Atman, light up when touched by the pranas, the vital airs. and that which flares up, that is the manifest form of Brahman. That is the highest place of Vishnu. That is the essence of Rudra. And this dividing itself in endless ways fills all these worlds. And thus it is said, as the sparks from the fire, and as the rays from the sun, thus do his pranas and the rest in proper order again and again proceed from here on earth. And thus it has also been said elsewhere, this is the heat of the highest, the immortal, the incorporeal Brahman, namely the warmth of the body. And this body is the clarified butter poured on it, by which the heat of Brahman, otherwise invisible, is lighted up. Then being manifest, it is placed in the ether of the heart. Then by concentration they thus remove that ether which is within the heart, so that its light appears, as it were. Therefore, the worshipper becomes identified with that light without much delay. As a ball of iron, if placed in the earth, becomes earth without much delay, and as when it has once become a clod of earth, fire and smiths have nothing more to do with that ball of iron. Thus does thought without delay disappear, together with its support. And thus it is said, the shrine which consists of the ether in the heart, the blissful, the highest retreat, that is our own, that is our goal, and that is the heat and brightness of the fire and the sun. And thus it has been said elsewhere, after having left behind the body, the organs of sense and the objects of sense, as no longer belonging to us, and having seized the bow, whose stick is fortitude, and whose string is asceticism, having struck down also with the arrow, which consists in freedom from egotism, the first guardian of the door of Brahman. For if man looks at the world egotistically, then, taking the diadem of passion, the carings of greed and envy, and the staff of sloth, sleep, and sin, and having seized the bow, whose string is anger, and whose stick is lust, he destroys with the arrow, which consists of wishes, all beings. Having therefore killed that guardian, he crosses by means of the boat Om to the other side of the ether within the heart, and when the ether becomes revealed as Brahman, he enters slowly as a miner seeking minerals in a mine into the hall of Brahman. After that, let him, by means of the doctrine of his teacher, break through the shrine of Brahman, which consists of the four nets of food, breath, mind, knowledge, till he reaches the last shrine, that of blessedness and identity with Brahman. Thenceforth pure, clean, undeveloped, tranquil, breathless, bodiless, endless, imperishable, firm, everlasting, unborn, and independent, he stands on his own greatness, and having seen the Self standing in his own greatness, he looks on the wheel of the world as one who has alighted from a chariot looks on its revolving wheel. And thus it is said, if a man practices yoga for 6 months and is thoroughly free from the outer world, then the perfect yoga union, which is endless, high, and hidden, is accomplished. But if a man, though well enlightened by the instruction, is still pierced by the gunas of passion and darkness, and attracted to his children, wife, and house, then perfect yoga is never accomplished. After he has thus spoken to Brihadrata, Sakayanya, absorbed in thought, bowed before him and said, O king, by means of this Brahma knowledge have the sons of Prajapati, the Valakilyas, gone to the road of Brahman. Through the practice of yoga, a man obtains contentment, power to endure good and evil, and tranquility. Let no man preach this most secret doctrine to anyone who is not his son or his pupil, and who is not of a serene mind. To him alone, who is devoted to his teacher only, and endowed with all necessary qualities, may he communicate it. Om. Having settled down in a pure place, let him, being pure himself and firm in goodness, study the truth, speak the truth, think the truth, and offer sacrifice to the truth. Henceforth, he has become another. By obtaining the reward of Brahman, his fetters are cut asunder. He knows no hope, no fear from others, as little as from himself. He knows no desires, and having attained imperishable, infinite happiness, he stands blessed in the true Brahman, who longs for a true man. Freedom from desires is, as it were, the highest prize to be taken from the best treasure, Brahman. For a man full of all desires, being possessed of will, imagination, and belief, is a slave. But he who is the opposite is free. Here some say it is the guna, that is, the so-called mahat, the principle of intellect, which according to the Sankhyas is the result of the gunas or qualities, which through the differences of nature acquired in the former states of existence goes into bondage to the will, and that deliverance takes place for the guna when the fault of the will has been removed. But this is not our view, because call it guna, intellect, buddhi, manas, mind, ahankara, egotism, it is not the mind that acts, but he sees by the mind as his instrument, he hears by the mind. And all that we call desire, imagination, doubt, belief, unbelief, certainty, uncertainty, shame, thought, fear, all that is but mind, manas. Carried along by the waves of the qualities, darkened in his imaginations, unstable, fickle, crippled, full of desires, vacillating, he enters into belief, believing I am he, this is mine, and he binds himself by himself as a bird with a net. Therefore, a man being possessed of will, imagination, and belief is a slave, but he who is the opposite is free. For this reason, let a man stand free from will, imagination, and belief. This is the sign of liberty. This is the path that leads to Brahman. This is the opening of the door, and through it he will go to the other shore of darkness. All the desires are there fulfilled, and for this they quote a verse. When the five instruments of knowledge stand still together with the mind, and when the intellect does not move, that is called the highest state. Having thus said, Sakayanya became absorbed in thought. Then Marut, that is, the king Brihadrata, having bowed before him and duly worshipped him, went full of contentment to the northern path, for there is no way thither by any side road. This is the path to Brahman. Having burst open the solar door, he rose on high and went away. And here they quote, "There are endless rays, arteries for the self, who, like a lamp, dwells in the heart, white and black, brown and blue, tawny and reddish. One of them, the Sushmana, leads upwards, piercing the solar orb. By it, having stepped beyond the world of Brahman, they go to the highest path. The other 100 rays rise upwards also, and on them the worshipper reaches the mansions belonging to the different bodies of gods. But the manifest rays of dim color, which lead downwards, by them a man travels on and on helplessly to enjoy the fruits of his actions here. Therefore it is said that the holy Aditya, sun, is the cause of new births to those who do not worship him, of heaven to those who worship him as a god, of liberty to those who worship him as Brahman." Someone asks, of what nature are those organs of sense that go forth towards their objects? Who sends them out there, or who holds them back? Another answers, their nature is the self. The self sends them out or holds them back. Also the Apsaras, enticing objects of sense, and the solar rays, and other deities presiding over the senses. Now the sense devours the objects of the 5 rays, the organs of sense. Then who is the self? He who has been defined by the terms pure, clean, undeveloped, tranquil, etc., who is to be apprehended independently by his own peculiar signs. That sign of him who has no signs is like what the pervading heat is on fire, but the purest taste of water, thus say some. It is speech, hearing, sight, mind, breath, thus say others. It is intellect, retention, remembering, knowledge, thus say others. Now all these are signs of the self in the same sense in which here on earth shoots are the signs of seed, or smoke, light and sparks of fire. And for this they quote, "As the sparks from the fire, and as the rays from the sun, thus do his pranas and the rest in proper order again and again proceed from him here on earth. From this very self, abiding within his self, come forth all pranas, speech, etc., all worlds, all Vedas, all gods, and all beings. Its Upanishad revelation is that it is the true of the true. Now as from a fire of green wood, when kindled, clouds of smoke come forth by themselves, though belonging to the fire, thus from that great being has been breathed forth all this which is the Rig Veda, the Yajur Veda, the Sama Veda, the Atharvangirasas, Atharva Veda, the Itihasa, legendary stories, the Purana, accounts of the creation, etc., Vidya, ceremonial doctrines, the Upanishads, the Slokas, verses interspersed in the Upanishads, etc., the Sutras, compendious statements, the Anuvakyanas, explanatory notes, the Vakyanas, elucidations, all these things are his. This fire, the Grahapatya fire, with 5 bricks is the ear, and its 5 bricks are spring, summer, rainy season, autumn, winter, and by them the fire has a head, two sides, a center, and a tail. This earth, Grahapatya fire, here is the first sacrificial pile for Prajapati, who knows the Purusha, the Viraj. It presented the sacrificer to Vayu, the wind, by lifting him with his hands to the sky. That Vayu is Prana, Hiranyagarbha. Prana is Agni, the Dakshinangini fire, and its bricks are the 5 vital breaths: Prana, Vyana, Apana, Samana, Udhana, and by them the fire has a head, 2 sides, a center, and a tail. This sky, the Dakshinangini fire, here is the second sacrificial pile for Prajapati, who knows the Purusha. It presented the sacrificer to Indra by lifting him with the hands to heaven. That Indra is Aditya, the sun. That Indra is the Agni, the Ahavanya fire, and its bricks are the Rik, the Yajush, the Saman, the Atharvanangiras, the Itihasa, and the Purana. And by them the fire has a head, 2 sides, a tail, and a center. This heaven, Ahavanya fire, is the third sacrificial pile for Prajapati, who knows the Purusha. With the hands it makes a present of the sacrificer to the knower of their self, Prajapati. Then the knower of the self, lifting him up, presented him to Brahman. In him he becomes full of happiness and joy. The earth is the Grahapatya fire, the sky the Dakshina fire, the heaven the Ahavanya fire, and therefore they are also the Pavamana, pure, the Pavaka, purifying, and Sukhi, brightness. By this, by the 3 deities, Pavamana, Pavaka, and Sukhi, the sacrifice of the 3 fires, the Grahapatya, Dakshinaya, and Advanya, is manifested. And because the digestive fire also is a compound of the Pavamana, Pavaka, and Sukhi, therefore that fire is to receive oblations, is to be laid with bricks, is to be praised, and to be meditated on. The sacrificer, when he has ceased the oblation, wishes to perform his meditation of the deity. The gold-colored bird abides in the heart and in the sun, a diver bird, a swan, strong in splendor. Him we worship in the fire. Having recited the verse, he discovers its meaning, namely, the adorable splendor of Savitri, sun, is to be meditated on by him who, abiding within his mind, meditates thereon. Here he obtains the place of rest for the mind. He holds it within his own self. On this there are the following verses. As a fire without fuel becomes quiet in its place, thus do the thoughts, when all activity ceases, becomes quiet in their place. Even in a mind which loves the truth and has gone to rest in itself, there arise, when it is deluded by the objects of sense, wrongs resulting from former acts. For thoughts alone cause the round of births. Let a man strive to purify his thoughts. What a man thinks, that he is. This is the old secret. By the serenity of his thoughts A man blots out all actions, whether good or bad. Dwelling within his self with serene thoughts, he obtains imperishable happiness. If the thoughts of a man were so fixed on Brahman as they are on the things of this world, who would not then be freed from bondage? The mind, it is said, is of two kinds, pure or impure. Impure from the contact with lust, pure when free from lust. When a man, having freed his mind from sloth, distraction, and vacillation, becomes, as it were, delivered from his mind, that is the highest point. The mind must be restrained in the heart till it comes to an end. That is knowledge, that is liberty. All the rest are extensions of the ties which bind us to this life. That happiness which belongs to a mind which by deep meditation has been washed clean from all impurity and has entered within the self cannot be described here by words. It can be felt by the inward power only. Water in water, fire in fire, ether in ether, no one can distinguish them. Likewise, a man whose mind has entered till it cannot be distinguished from the self attains liberty. Mind alone is the cause of bondage and liberty for men. If attached to the world, it becomes bound. If free from the world, that is liberty. Therefore, those who do not offer the Agnihotra as described above, who do not lay the fires with the bricks as described above, who are ignorant of the mind being the cause of the round of births, who do not meditate on the self in the solar orb, are debarred from remembering the ethereal place of Brahman. Therefore, that fire is to receive oblations, is to be laid with bricks, is to be praised, to be meditated on. Adoration to Agni, the dweller on earth, who remembers his world. Grant that world to this thy worshipper. Adoration to Vayu, the dweller in the sky, who remembers his world. Grant that world to this thy worshipper. Adoration to Aditya, the dweller in heaven, who remembers his world. Grant that world to this thy worshipper. Adoration to Brahman, who dwells everywhere, who remembers all. Grant all to this thy worshipper. The mouth of the true Brahman is covered with a golden lid. Open that, O Pushan sun, that we may go to the True One who pervades all, Vishnu. He who is the person in the sun, I am He. And what is meant by the True One is the essence of the sun, that which is bright, personal, sexless, a portion only of the light which pervades the ether, which is as it were in the midst of the sun, and in the eye, and in the fire. That is Brahman, that is immortal, that is splendor, that is the True One, a portion only of the light which pervades the ether, which is in the midst of the sun, the immortal, of which Soma, the moon, and the vital breaths also are offshoots. That is Brahman, that is immortal, that is splendor. that is the true one, a portion only of the light which pervades the ether, which in the midst of the sun shines as Yajus, namely, as Om, as water, light, essence, immortal, Brahman, Bhu, Bhuva, Sava, Om. The eight-footed, the bright, the swap, bound with three threads, the infinitely small, the imperishable, blind for good and evil, kindled with light. He who sees him sees everything. A portion only of the light which pervades the ether, or the two rays rising in the midst of the sun. That is the knower, the sun, the true one. That is the Yajus, that is the heat, that is Agni, fire, that is Vayu, wind, that is breath, that is water, that is the moon, that is bright, that is immortal, that is the place of Brahman, that is the ocean of light. In that ocean the sacrifices are dissolved like salt, and that is oneness with Brahman, for all desires are there fulfilled. And here they quote, like a lamp moved by a gentle wind, he who dwells within the gods shines forth. He who knows this, he is the knower. He knows the difference between the high and the highest Brahman. Having obtained unity, he becomes identified with it. They who rise up in endless number, like spray drops from the sea, like lightnings from the light within the clouds in the highest heaven, they, when they have entered into the light of glory, Brahman, appear like so many flame crests in the track of fire. There are two manifestations of the Brahma light. One is tranquil, the other lively. Of that which is tranquil, the ether is the support. Of that which is lively, food. Therefore, to the former, sacrifice must be offered on the house altar with hymns, herbs, ghee, meat, cakes, stalipaka, and other things. To the latter, with meat and drinks belonging to the great sacrifices thrown into the mouth, for the mouth is the Ahavanya fire, and this is done to increase our bodily vigor, to gain the world of purity, and for the sake of immortality. And here they quote, let him who longs for heaven offer an Agnihotra. By an Agnihoma he wins the kingdom of Yama, by Ukta the kingdom of Soma, by a Shodasin sacrifice the kingdom of Surya, by an Atiratra sacrifice the kingdom of Indra, by the sacrifices beginning with the 12-night sacrifice and ending with the 1,000 years sacrifice, the world of Prajapati. As a lamp burns so long as the vessel that holds the wick is filled with oil, these two, the self and the bright sun, remain so long as the egg of the world and he who dwells within it hold together. Therefore, let a man perform all these ceremonies with the syllable Om at the beginning. Its splendor is endless, and it is declared to be threefold: in the fire of the altar, in the sun the deity, in the breath the sacrificer. Now this is the channel to increase the food, which makes what is offered in the fire ascend to the sun. The sap which flows from thence rains down as with the sound of a hymn. By it there are vital breaths. From them there is offspring. And here they quote, the offering which is offered in the fire goes to the sun. The sun rains it down by his rays. Thus food comes, and from food the birth of living beings. And thus he said, the oblation which is properly thrown on the fire goes toward the sun. From the sun comes rain, from rain food, from food living beings. He who offers the Agnihotra breaks through the net of desire, then cutting through bewilderment, never approving of anger, meditating on one desire, that of liberty, he breaks through the shrine of Brahman with its 4 nets, and proceeds thence to the ether. For having there broken through the 4 spheres of the sun, the moon, the fire, and goodness, he then, being purified himself, beholds dwelling in goodness, immovable, immortal, indestructible, firm, bearing the name of Vishnu, the highest abode, endowed with love and truth and omniscience, the self-dependent intelligence, Brahman, standing in its own greatness. And here they quote, in the midst of the sun stands the moon. In the midst of the moon, the fire. In the midst of fire, goodness. In the midst of goodness, the eternal. Having meditated on him who has the breadth of a thumb within the span of the heart in the body, who is smaller than small, he obtains the nature of the highest. There all desires are fulfilled. And on this they quote, having the breadth of a thumb within the span of the heart in the body, like the flame of a lamp, burning 2-fold or 3-fold, that glorified Brahman, the great God, has entered into all the worlds. Om. Adoration to Brahman. Adoration. End of stanzas 22 to 38 of the 6th Prapataka of Maitrayaniya Upanishad. Agni, the Gayatra meter, the Trivrit hymn, the Ratantara song, the spring, the upward breath, prana, the nakshatras, the Vasus, deities, these rise in the east. They warm, they reign, they praise the sun. They enter again into him, the sun. They look out for him, the sun. He, the sun, is inconceivable, without form, deep, covered, blameless, solid, unfathomable, without qualities, pure, brilliant, and the mighty, immeasurable, without beginning or end, blissful, unborn, wise, indescribable, the creator of all things, the self of all things, the enjoyer of all things, the ruler of all things, the center of all things. Indra, the Tristubmita, the Pankadasa hymn, the Brihath song, the Sama, the thoroughgoing breath, Vyana, Soma, the Rudras, these rise in the south. They warm, they reign, they praise, they enter again into him, they look out for him. He, the sun, is without end or beginning, unmeasured, unlimited, not to be moved by another, self-dependent, without sign, without form, of endless power, the creator, the maker of light. The Maruts, the Gakati meter, the Spatadasa hymn, the Vayurupa song, the rainy season, the downward breath, Apana, Sukra, the Adityas, these rise in the west. They warm, they reign, they praise, they enter again into him, they look out for him. That is the tranquil, the soundless, fearless, sorrowless, joyful, satisfied, firm, immovable, immortal, eternal, true, the highest abode, bearing the name of Vishnu. The Visve Devas, the Anustubh Meta, the Ekavimsa hymn, the Vairaga song, the autumn, the equal breath, Samana, Varuna, the Sadhyas, these rise in the north. They warm, they reign, they praise, they enter again into him, they look out for him. He is pure within, purifying, undeveloped, tranquil, breathless, selfless, endless. Mitra Varunavu, the Panki meter, the Trinavatrayana hymns, the Sakavara Raivta songs, the snowy, the dewy seasons, the outgoing breath Udana, the Angiras, the moon, these rise above. They warm, they reign, they praise, they enter again into him, they look out for him, who is called Pranava, Om, the leader, consisting of light, without sleep, old age, death, and sorrow. Sunny, Saturn, Rahu and Ketu, the ascending and descending nodes, the serpents, Rakshasas, Yakshas, men, birds, Sarabas, elephants, etc. These rise below, they warm, they reign, they praise, they enter again into him, they look out for him. He who is wise, who keeps things in their right place, the center of all, the imperishable, the pure, the purifier, the bright, the patient, the tranquil. And he is indeed the self, smaller than small, within the heart, kindled like fire, endowed with all forms. Of him is all this food, within him all creatures are woven. That self is free from sin, free from old age, from death and grief, from hunger and thirst, imagining nothing but what it ought to imagine, and desiring nothing but what it ought to desire. He is the highest Lord. He is the supreme master of all beings, the guardian of all beings, a boundary keeping all things apart in their right places. He, the Self, the Lord, is indeed Sambhu, Bhava, Rudra, Prajapati, the creator of all, Hiranyagarbha, the true breath, the swan, the ruler of the eternal Vishnu Narayana. And he who abides in the fire, and he who abides in the heart, and he who abides in the sun, they are one and the same. To thee who art this, endowed with all forms, settled in the true ether, be adoration. Now follow the impediments in the way of knowledge, O King. This is indeed the origin of the net of bewilderment, that one who is worthy of heaven lives with those who are not worthy of heaven. That is it. Though they have been told that there is a grove before them, they cling to a small shrub. And others also, who are always merry, always abroad, always begging, always making a living by handiwork, and others who are begging in towns, performing sacrifices for those who are not allowed to offer sacrifices, who make themselves the pupils of Sudras, and Sudras who know the sacred books, and others who are malignant, who use bad language, dancers, prize fighters, traveling mendicants, actors, those who have been degraded in the king's service, and others who for money pretend that they can lay the evil influences, yavyakshas, rakshasas, ghosts, goblins, devils, serpents, imps, etc., and others who falsely wear red dresses, earrings, and skulls, and others who wish to entice by the jugglery of false arguments, mere comparisons, and paralogisms, the believers in the Veda. With all these he should not live together. They are cleverly thieves and unworthy of heaven. And thus it is said, the world unsettled by the paralogisms of the denial of self, by false comparisons and arguments, does not know what is the difference between Veda and philosophy. Brihaspati, having become Sukra, brought forth that false knowledge for the safety of Indra and for the destruction of the Asuras. By it they show that good is evil and that evil is good. They say that we ought to ponder on the new law which upsets the Veda and the other sacred books. Therefore, let no one ponder on that false knowledge. It is wrong. It is, as it were, barren. Its reward lasts only as long as the pleasure lasts, as with one who has fallen from his caste. Let that false science not be attempted, for thus it is said, widely opposed and divergent are these two, the one known as false knowledge, the other as knowledge. I, Yama, believe Nachiketas to be possessed by a desire of knowledge. Even many pleasures do not move thee. He who knows at the same time both the imperfect, sacrifice, etc., and the perfect knowledge of the self, he crosses death by means of the imperfect, and obtains immortality by means of the perfect knowledge. Those who are wrapped up in the midst of imperfect knowledge, fancying themselves alone wise and learned, they wander about, floundering and deceiving, like the blind led by the blind. The gods and the demons, wishing to know the self, went into the presence of Brahman, their father Prajapati. Having bowed before him, they said, O Blessed One, we wish to know the self. Do thou tell us. Then, after having pondered a long while, he thought, these demons are not yet self-subdued. Therefore, a very different self was told to them from what was told to the gods. On that self, these deluded demons take their stand, clinging to it, destroying the true means of salvation, the Veda, preaching untruth. What is untrue they see as true, as in jugglery. Therefore, what is taught in the Vedas, that is true. What is said in the Vedas, on that the wise keep their stand. Therefore, let a Brahman not read what is not of the Veda, or this will be the result. This is indeed the nature of it, the Veda, the supreme light of the ether, which is within the heart. This is taught as threefold, in the fire, in the sun, in the breath. This is indeed the nature of it, the syllable Om of the ether which is within the heart. By it, by the Om, that light starts, rises, breathes forth, becomes forever the means of the worship and knowledge of Brahman. That light in the shape of Om, when there is breathing, takes the place of the internal heat, free from all brightness. This is like the action of smoke. For when there is a breath of air, the smoke, first rising to the sky in one column, follows afterwards every bow, envelops it, and then takes its shape. It is like throwing salt into water. like heating ghee. The Veda comes and goes like the dissolving view of a master magician. And here they quote, "Why then is it called like lightning? Because as soon as it comes forth as Om, it lights up the whole body. Therefore let a man worship that boundless light by the syllable Om. The man in the eye who abides in the right eye, he is Indra, and his wife abides in the left eye. The union of these two takes place in the cavity within the heart, and the ball of blood which is there. That is indeed the vigor and life of these two. There is a channel going from the heart so far, and fixed in that eye. That is the artery for both of them, being one, divided into two. The mind excites the fire of the body, that fire stirs the breath, and the breath moving in the chest produces the low sound. Brought forth by the touch of the fire as with a churning stick, it is at first a minim. From the minim it becomes in the throat a double minim. On the tip of the tongue know that it is a treble minim, and when uttered they call it the alphabet. He who sees this does not see death, nor disease, nor misery. For seeing he sees all objectively, not as affecting him subjectively. He becomes all everywhere. He becomes Brahman. There is the person in the eye. There is he who walks as in sleep, he who is sound asleep, and he who is above the sleeper. These are the four conditions of the self, and the fourth is greater than all. Brahman with 1 foot moves in the three, and Brahman with 3 feet is in the last. It is that both the true in the fourth condition and the untrue in the 3 conditions may have their desert, that the great self seems to become two. Yes, that he seems to become two. End of 7th Prapataka. First Mundaka, first Kanda. Brahma was the first of the Devas, the maker of the universe, the preserver of the world. He told the knowledge of Brahman, the foundation of all knowledge, to his eldest son Atharva. Whatever Brahma told Atharvan, that knowledge of Brahman Atharvan formally told to Angir. He told it to Satyavaha Bharadvaja, and Bharadvaja told it in succession to Angiras. Sanuka, the great householder, approached Angiras respectfully and asked, "Sir, what is that through which, if it is known, everything else becomes known?" He said to him, "Two kinds of knowledge must be known. This is what all who know Brahman tell us, the higher and the lower knowledge. The lower knowledge is the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, Atharva Veda, Siksha, phonetics, Kalpa, ceremonial, Vyakarana, grammar, Nirukta, etymology, Chandas, meter, Jyotisha, astronomy. But the higher knowledge is that by which the indestructible Brahman is apprehended, that which cannot be seen nor seized, which has no family and no caste, no eyes nor ears, no hands nor feet, the eternal, the omnipresent, all-pervading, infinitesimal, that which is imperishable, that it is which the wise regard as the source of all beings. As the spider sends forth and draws in its thread, as plants grow on the earth, As from every man hairs spring forth on the head and the body, thus does everything arise here from the indestructible. The Brahman swells by means of brooding, penance. Hence is produced matter, food. From matter, breath, mind, the true, the worlds 7, and from the works performed by men in the worlds, the immortal, the eternal effects, rewards, and punishments of works. From him who perceives all and who knows all, whose brooding penance consists of knowledge, from him, the highest Brahman, is born that Brahman, name, form, and matter, food. End of first Mundaka, first Kanda. This is the truth. The sacrificial works which they, the poets, saw in the hymns of the Veda have been performed in many ways in the Treta age. Practice them diligently, ye lovers of truth. This is your path that leads to the world of good works. When the fire is lighted and the flame flickers, let a man offer his oblations between the two portions of melted butter as an offering with faith. If a man's Agnihotra sacrifice is not followed by the new moon and full moon sacrifices, by the 4 months sacrifices, and by the harvest sacrifice, if it is unattended by guests, not offered at all, or without the Vairava ceremony, or not offered according to rule, then it destroys his 7 worlds. Kali, black; Karali, terrific; Manojava, swift as thought; Sulohita, very red; Sudamara Varna, purple; Spilunjine, sparkling; and the brilliant Visvarupi, having all forms. All these playing about are called the 7 tongues of fire. If a man performs his sacred works when these flames are shining, and the oblations follow at the right time, then they lead him as sun rays to where the one Lord of the Devas dwells. Come hither, the brilliant oblations say to him, and carry the sacrificer on the rays of the sun, while they utter pleasant speech and praise him, saying, This is thy holy Brahma world, Swarga, gained by thy good works. But frail, in truth, are those boats, the sacrifices, the 18, in which this lower ceremonial has been told. Fools who praise this as the highest good are subject again and again to old age and death. Fools dwelling in darkness, wise in their own conceit, and puffed up with vain knowledge, go round and round, staggering to and fro, like blind men led by the blind. Children, when they have long lived in ignorance, consider themselves happy, because those who depend on their good works are, owing to their passions, improvident. They fall and become miserable when their life, in the world which they had gained by their good works, is finished. Considering sacrifice and good works as the best, These fools know no higher good, and having enjoyed their reward on the height of heaven, gained by good works, they enter again this world or a lower one. But those who practice penance and faith in the forest, tranquil, wise, and living on alms, depart free from passion through the sun to where their immortal person dwells, whose nature is imperishable. Let a Brahmana, after he has examined all these worlds which are gained by works, acquire freedom from all desires. Nothing that is eternal, not made, can be gained by what is not eternal, made. Let him, in order to understand this, take fuel in his hand and approach a Guru who is learned and dwells entirely in Brahman. To that pupil who has approached him respectfully, whose thoughts are not troubled by any desires, and who has obtained perfect peace, the wise teacher truly told that knowledge of Brahman through which he knows the eternal and true person. End of First Mundaka, Second Kanda. This is the truth. As from a blazing fire sparks, being like unto fire, fly forth 1,000-fold, thus are various beings brought forth from the imperishable, my friend, and return thither also. That heavenly person is without body. He is both without and within, not produced, without breath and without mind, pure, higher than the high imperishable. From him, when entering on creation, is born breath, mind, and all organs of sense, ether, air, light, water, and the earth, the support of all. Fire, the sky, is his head, his eyes, the sun and the moon, the quarters, his ears, his speech, the Vedas disclosed, the wind, his breath, his heart, the universe. From his feet came the earth. He is indeed the inner self of all things. From him comes Agni, fire, the sun being the fuel. From the moon, Soma, comes rain, Parjanya. From the earth, herbs, and man gives seed unto the woman. Thus many beings are begotten from the person Purusha. From him come the Rik, the Saman, the Yajush, the Diksha, initiatory rites, all sacrifices and offerings of animals, and the fees bestowed on priests, the year too, the sacrificer, and the worlds in which the moon shines brightly, and the sun. From him the many Devas too are begotten. The Sadhyas, genii, men, cattle, birds, the up and down breathings, rice and corn for sacrifices, penance, faith, truth, abstinence, and law. The seven senses, prana, also spring from him. The seven lights, acts of sensation, the seven kinds of fuel, objects by which the senses are lighted, the seven sacrifices, results of sensation, these seven worlds, the places of the senses, the worlds determined by the senses, in which the senses move, which rest in the cave of the heart, and are placed there 7 and 7. Hence come the seas, and all the mountains. From him flow the rivers of every kind. Hence come all herbs, and the juice through which the inner self subsists with the elements. The person is all this: sacrifice, penance, Brahman, the highest immortal. He who knows this hidden in the cave of the heart, he, O friend, scatters the knot of ignorance here on earth. End of second Mundaka, first Kanda. Manifest, near, moving in the cave of the heart, is the great being. In it, everything is centered, which ye know as moving, breathing, and blinking, as being and not being, as adorable, as the best, that is beyond the understanding of creatures. That which is brilliant, smaller than small, that on which the worlds are founded and their inhabitants, that is the indestructible Brahman. That is the breath, speech, mind. That is the true. That is the immortal. That is to be hit. Hit it, O friend. Having taken the Upanishad as the bow, as a great weapon, let him place on it the arrow sharpened by devotion. Then, having drawn it with a thought directed to that which is, hit the mark, O friend, namely, that which is the indestructible. Om is the bow, the Self is the arrow, Brahman is called its aim. It is to be hit by a man who is not thoughtless, and then as the arrow becomes one with the target, he will become one with Brahman. In him the heaven, the earth, and the sky are woven, the mind also with all its senses. Know him alone as the Self, and leave off other words. He is the bridge of the immortal. He moves about, becoming manifold within the heart where the arteries meet, like spokes fastened to the nave. Meditate on the Self as Om. Hail to you, that you may cross beyond the sea of darkness. He who understands all, and who knows all, he to whom all this glory in the world belongs, the Self, is placed in the ether, in the heavenly city of Brahman, the heart. He assumes the nature of mind, and becomes the guide of the body of the senses. He subsists in food, in close proximity to the heart. The wise who understand this, behold the immortal, which shines forth full of bliss. The fetter of the heart is broken, all doubts are solved, all his works and their effects perish, when he has been beheld who is high and low, cause and effect. In the highest golden sheath, there is the Brahman without passions and without parts. That is pure. That is the light of lights. That is it which they know who know the Self. The sun does not shine there, nor the moon and the stars, nor these lightnings, and much less this fire. When he shines, everything shines after him. By his light, all this is lighted. That immortal Brahman is before, that Brahman is behind, that Brahman is right and left. It has gone forth below and above. Brahman alone is all this. It is the best. End of second Mundaka, second Kanda. Two birds, inseparable friends cling to the same tree. One of them eats the sweet fruit, the other looks on without eating. On the same tree, man sits grieving, immersed, bewildered by his own impotence, Anisa. But when he sees the other Lord, Isa, contented and knows his glory, then his grief passes away. When the seer sees the brilliant Maker and Lord of the world as the person who has his source in Brahman, then he is wise, and shaking off good and evil, he reaches the highest oneness, free from passions. For he is the breath shining forth in all beings, and he who understands this becomes truly wise, not a talker only. He revels in the self, he delights in the self, and having performed his works, truthfulness, penance, meditation, etc., he rests firmly established in Brahman, the best of those who know Brahman. By truthfulness, indeed by penance, right knowledge and abstinence, must that self be gained. The self whom spotless anchorites gain is pure, unlike a light within the body. The true prevails, not the untrue. By the true the path is laid out, the way of the gods, Devayana, on which the old sages, satisfied in their desires, proceed to where there is that highest place of the True One. That true Brahman shines forth grand, divine, inconceivable, smaller than small. It is far beyond what is far, and yet near here. It is hidden in the cave of the heart, among those who see it even here. He is not apprehended by the eye, nor by speech, nor by the other senses, not by penance or good works. When a man's nature has become purified by the serene light of knowledge, then he sees him, meditating on him as without parts. That subtle self is to be known by thought, chetas, there where breath has entered fivefold. For every thought of men is interwoven with the senses, and when thought is purified, then the self arises. Whatever state a man whose nature is purified imagines, and whatever desires he desires for himself or for others, that state he conquers, and those desires he obtains. Therefore, let every man who desires happiness worship the man who knows the self. End of Third Mundaka, First Kanda. He, the knower of the self, knows that highest home of Brahman, in which all is contained and shines brightly. The wise, who without desiring happiness worship that person, transcend this seed. They are not born again. He who forms desires in his mind is born again through his desires here and there. But to whose desires are fulfilled, and who is conscious of the true self within himself, all desires vanish, even here on earth. That self cannot be gained by the Veda, nor by understanding, nor by much learning. He whom the self chooses, by him the self can be gained. The self chooses him, his body, as his own. Nor is that self to be gained by one who is destitute of strength, or without earnestness, or without right meditation. But if a wise man strives after it by those means, by strength, earnestness, and right meditation, then his self enters the home of Brahman. When they have reached him, the self, the sages become satisfied through knowledge. They are conscious of their self. Their passions have passed away, and they are tranquil. The wise, having reached Him who is omnipresent everywhere, devoted to the Self, enter into Him wholly. Having well ascertained the object of the knowledge of the Vedanta, and having purified their nature by the yoga of renunciation, all anchorites, enjoying the highest immortality, become free at the time of the great end, death, in the worlds of Brahma. Their 15 parts enter into their elements, their devas, the senses, into their corresponding devas. Their deeds and their self, with all his knowledge, become all one in the highest imperishable. As the flowing rivers disappear into the sea, losing their name and their form, thus a wise man, freed from name and form, goes to the Divine Person, who is greater than the great. He who knows that highest Brahman becomes even Brahman. In his race, no one is born ignorant of Brahman. He overcomes grief, he overcomes evil. Free from the fetters of the heart, he becomes immortal. And this is declared by the following Rig verse: Let a man tell the science of Brahman to those only who have performed all necessary acts, who are versed in the Vedas and firmly established in the lower Brahman, who themselves offer as an oblation the one Rishi Agni, full of faith, and by whom the rite of carrying fire on the head has been performed according to the rule of the Atharvanas. The Rishi Angiras formerly told this true science: a man who has not performed the proper rites does not read it. Adoration to the highest Rishis. Adoration to the highest Rishis. End of Third Mundaka, Second Kanda. Prasna Upanishad. Translated by Frederick Max Muller. Question 1. Prasna Upanishad. First question. Adoration to the highest self. Hari Om. Sukesus Bharadvaja and Saivavya Satyakama and Sauryayanin Gargaya and Kausalya Asvalayana and Bhargava Vaidarbhi and Kabhandin Katyayana. These were devoted to Brahman, firm in Brahman, seeking for the highest Brahman. They thought that the Venerable Pipalada could tell them all that, and they therefore took fuel in their hands like pupils and approached him. That Rishi said to them, "Stay here a year longer with penance, abstinence and faith. Then you may ask questions according to your pleasure, and if we know them, we shall tell you all." Then Kabhandin Katyayana approached him and asked, "Sir, from whence may these creatures are born?" He replied, "Prajapati, the Lord of creatures, was desirous of creatures. Praja. He performed penance, and having performed penance, he produces a pair, matter, Rai, and spirit, Prana, thinking that they together should produce creatures for him in many ways. The sun is spirit, matter is the moon. All this, what has body and what has no body, is matter, and therefore body indeed is matter. Now Aditya, the sun, when he rises, goes toward the east, and thus receives the eastern spirits into his rays. And when he illuminates the south, the west, the north, the zenith, the nadir, the intermediate quarters, and everything, he thus receives all spirits into his rays. Thus he rises as Vaisvanara, belonging to all men, assuming all forms, as spirit, as fire. This has been said in the following verse: They knew him who assumes all forms, the golden, who knows all things, who ascends highest, alone in his splendor, and warms us, the thousand-rayed, who abides in 100 places, the spirit of all creatures. The sun rises. The year indeed is Prajapati, and there are two parts thereof, the southern and the northern. Now those who here believe in sacrifices and pious gifts as work done, gain the moon only as their future world and return again. Therefore the rishis who desire offspring go to the south, and that path of the fathers is matter, Rai. But those who have sought the self by penance, abstinence, faith, and knowledge, gain by the northern path Aditya, the sun. This is the home of the spirits, the immortal, free from danger, the highest. From thence they do not return, for it is the end. Thus says the sloka. Some call him the Father with 5 feet, the 5 seasons, and with 12 shapes, the 12 months, the giver of rain in the highest half of heaven. Others again say that the sage is placed in the lower half in the chariot with 7 wheels and 6 spokes. The month is Prajapati, its dark half is matter, its bright half spirit. Therefore some rishis perform sacrifice in the bright half, others in the other half. Day and night are Prajapati. Its day is spirit, its night matter. Those who unite in love by day waste their spirit, but to unite in love by night is right. Food is Prajapati, hence proceeds seed, and from it these creatures are born. Those therefore who observe this rule of Prajapati produce a pair, and to them belongs this Brahma world here. But those in whom dwell penance, abstinence, and truth, to them belongs that pure Brahma world, to them, namely, in whom there is nothing crooked, nothing false, and no guile. End of question 1. Second question. Then Bhargava Vaidharbi asked him, Sir, how many gods keep what has thus been created? How many manifest this? And who is the best of them? He replied, The ether is that God, the wind, fire, water, earth, speech, mind, eye, and ear. These, when they have manifested their power, contend and say, We, each of us, support this body and keep it. Then prana, breath, spirit, life, as the best, said to them, Be not deceived. I alone, dividing myself 5-fold, support this body and keep it. They were incredulous. So he, from pride, did as if he were going out from a bow. Thereupon, as he went out, all the others went out, and as he returned, all the others returned. As bees go out when their queen goes out, and return when she returns, thus did speech, mind, eye, and ear, and being satisfied, they praise prana, saying, He is Agni, fire. He shines as Surya, sun. He is Parjanya, rain. The powerful Indra. He is Vayu, wind. He is the earth. He is matter. He is God. He is what is and what is not, and what is immortal. As spokes in the nave of a wheel, everything is fixed in prana. The verses of the Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, the sacrifice, the Kshatriyas, and the Brahmins. As Prajapati, Lord of creatures, thou movest about in the womb. Thou indeed art born again. To thee, the prana, these creatures bring offerings. To thee who dwellest with the other pranas, the organs of sense. Thou art the best carrier for the gods. Thou art the offering to the fathers. Thou art the true work of the rishis, of the other Vangiras. O prana, thou art Indra by thy light. Thou art Rudra as a protector. Thou movest in the sky. Thou art the sun, the Lord of lights. When thou showerest down rain, then, O prana, these creatures of thine are delighted, hoping that there will be food as much as they desire. Thou art Avratya, O prana, the only rishi, the consumer of everything, the good Lord. We are the givers of what thou hast to consume. Thou, O Matarisva, art our Father. Make propitious that body of thine, which dwells in speech, in the ear, in the eye, and which pervades the mind. Do not go away. All this is in the power of prana. Whatever exists in the three heavens, protect us like a mother her sons, and give us happiness and wisdom. End of question 2. Third question. Then Kausalya Asvalayana asked, Sir, whence is that prana, spirit, born? How does it come into this body? And how does it abide after it has divided itself? How does it go out? How does it support what is without, and how what is within? He replied, You ask questions more difficult, but you are very fond of Brahman. Therefore, I shall tell it to you. This prana, spirit, is born of the self. Like the shadow thrown on a man, this prana is spread out over it, the Brahman. By the work of the mind does it come into this body. As a king commands officials, saying to them, Rule these villages or those, so does that prana, spirit, dispose the other pranas, each for their separate work. The apana, the down-breathing, in the organs of excretion and generation. The prana himself dwells in the eye and ear, passing through mouth and nose. In the middle is the samana, the on-breathing. It carries what has been sacrificed as food equally over the body, and the 7 lights proceed from it. The self is in the heart. There are the 101 arteries, and in each of them there are 100 smaller veins, and for each of these branches there are 72,000. In these the vyana, the back-breathing, moves. Through one of them, the udana, the out-breathing, leads us upwards to the good world by good work, to the bad world by bad work, to the world of men by both. The sun rises as the external prana, for it assists the prana in the eye. The deity that exists in the earth is there in support of man's apana, down-breathing. The ether between sun and earth is the samana, on-breathing. The air is vyana, back-breathing. Light is the udana, out-breathing, and therefore he whose light has gone out comes to a new birth, with his senses absorbed in the mind. Whatever his thought at the time of death, with that he goes back to prana, and the prana, united with light, together with the self, the Jivatma, leads on to the world as deserved. He who, thus knowing, knows prana, his offspring does not perish, and he becomes immortal. Thus says the sloka: he who has known the origin, the entry, the place, the fivefold distribution, and the internal state of the prana obtains immortality. Yes, obtains immortality. End of question 3. Fourth question. Then Suryayanin Gargaya asked, Sir, what are they that sleep in this man? And what are they that are awake in him? What power, Deva, is it that sees dreams? Whose is the happiness? On what do all these depend? He replied, O Gargaya, as all the rays of the sun when it sets are gathered up in that disk of light, and as they, when the sun rises again and again, come forth, so is all this, all the senses, gathered up in the highest faculty, Deva, the mind. Therefore, at that time that man does not hear, see, smell, taste, touch, he does not speak, he does not take, does not enjoy, does not evacuate, does not move about. He sleeps. That is what people say. The fires of the pranas are, as it were, awake in that town, the body. The apana is the garhapatya fire, the vyana the anvaharya pachana fire, and because it is taken out of the garhapatya fire, which is fire for taking out, therefore the prana is the ahavanya fire. Because it carries equally these two oblations, the out-breathing and the in-breathing, the samana is he, the Hotri priest. The mind is the sacrificer. The udana is the reward of the sacrifice, and it leads the sacrificer every day in deep sleep to Brahman. There that God, the mind, enjoys in sleep greatness. What has been seen, he sees again. What has been heard, he hears again. What has been enjoyed in different countries and quarters, he enjoys again. What has been seen and not seen, heard and not heard, enjoyed and not enjoyed, he sees it all. He, being all, sees. And when he is overpowered by light, then that God sees no dreams, and at that time that happiness arises in his body. And, O friend, as birds go to a tree to roost, thus all this rests in the highest Atman. The earth and its subtle elements, the water and its subtle elements, the light and its subtle elements, the air and its subtle elements, the ether and its subtle elements, the eye and what can be seen, the ear and what can be heard, the nose and what can be smelled, the taste, and what can be tasted, the skin, and what can be touched, the voice, and what can be spoken, the hands, and what can be grasped, the feet, and what can be walked, the mind, and what can be perceived, intellect, buddhi, and what can be conceived, personality, and what can be personified, thought, and what can be thought, light, and what can be lighted up, the prana, and what is to be supported by it. For he it is who sees, hears, smells, tastes, perceives, conceives, acts, he whose essence is knowledge, the person, and he dwells in the highest indestructible self. He who knows that indestructible being obtains what is the highest and indestructible, he without a shadow, without a body, without color, bright. Yes, O friend, he who knows it becomes all-knowing, becomes all. On this there is this sloka. He, O friend, who knows that indestructible being wherein the true knower, the vital spirits, pranas, together with all the powers, deva, and the elements rest, he, being all-knowing, has penetrated all. End of question 4. Fifth question. Then Saivya Satyakama asked him, Sir, if someone among men should meditate here until death on the syllable Om, what would he obtain by it? He replied, O Satyakama, the syllable Om is the highest and also the other Brahman. Therefore, he who knows it arrives by the same means at one of the two. If he meditate on one matra, the A, then being enlightened by that only, he arrives quickly at the earth. The Rik verses lead him to the world of men, and being endowed there with penance, abstinence, and faith, he enjoys greatness. If he meditate with two matras, A plus U, he arrives at the Manas and is led up by the Yajus verses to the sky, to the Soma world. Having enjoyed greatness in the Soma world, he returns again. Again, he who meditates with this syllable Om of three matras on the highest person, he comes to light and to the sun. And as a snake is freed from its skin, so is he freed from evil. He is led up by the Saman verses to the Brahma world, and from him, full of life, Hiranyagarbha, the Lord of the Satyaloka, he learns to see the all-pervading, the highest person. And there are these two slokas. The three matras, A plus U plus M, if employed separate and only joined one to another, are mortal. But in acts external, internal, or intermediate, if well performed, the sage trembles not. Through the Rik verses, he arrives at this world, through the Yajus verses at the sky, through the Saman verses at that which the poets teach. He arrives at this by means of the Omkara. The wise arrives at that which is at rest, free from decay, from death, from fear, the highest. End of question 5. Sixth question. Then Sukesis Bharadvaja asked him, saying, Sir, Hiranyanabha, the prince of Kosala, came to me and asked this question. Do you know the person of 16 parts, O Bharadvaja? I said to the prince, I do not know him. If I knew him, how should I not tell you? Surely, he who speaks what is untrue withers away to the very root. Therefore, I will not say what is untrue. Then he mounted his chariot and went away silently. Now I ask you, where is that person? He replied, Friend, that person is here, within the body. He in whom these 16 parts arise. He reflected, What is it by whose departure I shall depart, and by whose staying I shall stay? He sent forth, created prana, spirit. From prana, Shraddha, faith, ether, air, light, water, earth, sense, mind, food. From food came vigor, penance, hymns, sacrifice, the worlds, and in the worlds the name also. As these flowing rivers that go towards the ocean, when they have reached the ocean, sink into it, their name and form are broken, and people speak of the ocean only. Exactly thus, these 16 parts of the spectator that go towards the person, Purusha, when they have reached the person, sink into him. Their name and form are broken, and people speak of the person only, and he becomes without parts and immortal. On this there is this verse. That person who is to be known, he in whom these parts rest, like spokes in the nave of a wheel, you know him, lest death should hurt you. Then he, Pipalada, said to them, So far do I know this, highest Brahman. There is nothing higher than it. And they, praising him, said, You indeed are our Father, you who carry us from our ignorance to the other shore. Adoration to the highest rishis. Adoration to the highest rishis. Tat Sat. Hari O. End of question 6. First Adhyaya. The Brahma students say, Is Brahman the cause? Whence are we born? Whereby do we live? And whither do we go? O ye who know Brahman, tell us, at whose command we abide, whether in pain or in pleasure? Should time or nature or necessity or chance or the elements be considered as the cause, or he who is called the person, Purusha Vijnanatma? It cannot be their union either, because that is not self-dependent, and the self also is powerless, because there is, independent of him, a cause of good and evil. The sages, devoted to meditation and concentration, have seen the power belonging to God himself hidden in its own qualities, guna. He, being one, superintends all those causes, time, self, and the rest. We meditate on him who, like a wheel, has one felly with 3 tires, 16 ends, 50 spokes, and 20 counter spokes, and 6 sets of 8, whose one rope is manifold, who proceeds on 3 different roads, and whose illusion arises from 2 causes. We meditate on the river whose water consists of 5 streams, which is wild and winding with its 5 springs, whose waves are the 5 vital breaths, whose fountainhead is the mind, the cause of the 5 kinds of perceptions. It has 5 whirlpools. Its rapids are the 5 pains. It has 50 kinds of suffering and 5 branches. In the vast Brahma wheel, in which all things live and rest, the bird flutters about, so long as he thinks that the self in him is different from the mover, the God, the Lord. When he has been blessed by him, then he gains immortality. But what is praised in the Upanishads is the highest Brahman, and in it there is the triad. The highest Brahman is the safe support. It is imperishable. The Brahma students, when they have known what is within this world, are devoted and merged in the Brahman, free from birth. The Lord, Isa, supports all this together, the perishable and the imperishable, the developed and the underdeveloped. The living self, not being a lord, is bound, because he has to enjoy the fruits of works. But when he has known the God, Deva, he is freed from all fetters. There are 2, one knowing, Ishvara, the other not knowing, Jiva, both unborn, one strong, the other weak. There is she, the unborn, through whom each man receives the recompense of his works, and there is the infinite self appearing under all forms, but himself inactive. When a man finds out these 3, that is Brahma. That which is perishable is the pradhana, the first. The immortal and imperishable is Hara. The one God rules the perishable, the pradhana, and the living self. From meditating on him, from joining him, from becoming one with him, there is further cessation of all illusion in the end. When that God is known, all fetters fall off, sufferings are destroyed, and birth and death cease. From meditating on him, there arises on the dissolution of the body the 3rd state, that of universal lordship. But he only who is alone is satisfied. This, which rests eternally within the self, should be known, and beyond this, not anything has to be known. By knowing the enjoyer, the enjoyed, and the ruler, everything has been declared to be threefold, and this is Brahman. As the form of fire, while it exists in the underwood, is not seen, nor is its seed destroyed, but it has to be seized again and again by means of the stick and the underwood. So it is in both cases. And the self has to be seized in the body by means of the pranava, the syllable Om. By making his body the underwood and the syllable Om the upper wood, man, after repeating the drill of meditation, will perceive the bright God, like the spark hidden in the wood. As oil in seeds, as butter in cream, as water in dry riverbeds, as fire in wood, so is the self seized within the self, if man looks for him by truthfulness and penance. If he looks for the self that pervades everything, as butter is contained in milk, and the roots whereof are self-knowledge and penance, that is the Brahman taught by the Upanishad. End of first Adhyaya. Savitri, the sun, having first collected his mind and expanded his thoughts, brought Agni, fire, when he had discovered his light above the earth. With collected minds, we are at the command of the divine Savitri, that we may obtain blessedness. May Savitri, after he has reached with his mind the gods as they rise up to the sky, and with his thoughts has reached heaven, grant these gods to make a great light to shine. The wise sages of the great sage collect their mind and collect their thoughts. He who alone knows the law, Savitri, has ordered the invocations. Great is the praise of the divine Savitri. Your old prayer has to be joined with praises. Let my song go forth like the path of the sun. May all the sons of the immortal listen, they who have reached their heavenly homes. Where the fire is rubbed, where the wind is checked, where the soma flows over, there the mind is born. Let us love the old Brahman by the grace of Savitri. If thou make thy dwelling there, the path will not hurt thee. If a man holds his body with its three erect parts, chest, neck, and head, even, and turn his senses with the mind towards the heart, he will then, in the boat of Brahman, cross all the torrents which cause fear. Compressing his breathings, let him who has subdued all motions breathe forth through the nose with gentle breath. Let the wise man without fail restrain his mind, that chariot yoked with vicious horses. Let him perform his exercises in a place level, pure, free from pebbles, fire, and dust, delightful in its sounds, its waters, its bowers, not painful to the eye, and full of shelters and caves. When yoga is being performed, the forms which come first, producing apparitions in Brahman, are those of misty smoke, sun, fire, wind, fireflies, lightnings, and a crystal moon. When, as earth, water, light, heat, and ether arise, the fivefold quality of yoga takes place. Then there is no longer illness, old age, or pain for him who has obtained a body produced by the fire of yoga. The first results of yoga they call lightness, healthiness, steadiness, a good complexion, an easy pronunciation, a sweet odor, and slight exertions. As a metal disc, mirror, tarnished by the dust, shines bright again after it has been cleaned, so is the one incarnate person satisfied and free from grief after he has seen the real nature of the self. And when, by means of the real nature of his self, he sees, as by a lamp, the real nature of Brahman, then having known the unborn eternal God who is beyond all natures, he is freed from all fetters. He indeed is the God who pervades all regions. He is the firstborn as Hiranyagarbha, and he is in the womb. He has been born, and he will be born. He stands behind all persons, looking everywhere. The God who is in the fire, the God who is in the water, the God who has entered into the whole world, the God who is in plants, the God who is in trees. Adoration be to that God. Adoration. End of a second Adhyaya. He, the sun, without any color, who, with set purpose, by means of his power, Shakti, produces endless colors, in whom all this comes together in the beginning and comes asunder in the end. May he, the God, endow us with good thoughts. That self indeed is Agni. It is Aditya, sun. It is Vayu, wind. It is Chandramas, moon. The same also is the starry firmament. It is Brahman, Hiranyagarbha. It is water. It is Prajapati, Viraj. Thou art woman. Thou art man. Thou art youth. Thou art maiden. Thou, as an old man, taught to rest, or long on thy staff. Thou art born with thy face turned everywhere. Thou art the dark blue bee. Thou art the green parrot with red eyes. Thou art the thunder cloud, the seasons, the seas. Thou art without beginning, because thou art infinite, thou from whom all worlds are born. There is one unborn being female, red, white and black, uniform, but producing manifold offspring. There is one unborn being male, who loves her and lies by her. There is another who leaves her while she is eating what has to be eaten. Two birds, inseparable friends, cling to the same tree. One of them eats the sweet fruit, the other looks on without eating. On the same tree, man sits grieving, immersed, bewildered by his own impotence, Anisa. But when he sees the other Lord, Isa, contented, and knows his glory, then his grief passes away. He who does not know that indestructible being of the Rig Veda, that highest ether-like self wherein all the gods reside, of what use is the Rig Veda to him? Those only who know it rest contented. That form which the Maker, Mayan, sends forth all this, the sacred verses, the offerings, the sacrifices, the panaceas, the past, the future, and all that the Vedas declare. In that the other is bound up through that Maya. Know then, Prakriti, nature, is Maya, art, and the great Lord, the main maker. The whole world is filled with what are his members. If a man has discerned him, who being one only, rules over every germ, cause, in whom all this comes together and comes asunder again, who is the Lord, the bestower of blessings, the adorable God, then he passes forever into that peace. He, the creator and supporter of the gods, Rudra, the great seer, the Lord of all who saw, Hiranyagarbha being born, may he endow us with good thoughts. He who is the sovereign of the gods, he in whom all the worlds rest, he who rules over all two-footed and four-footed beings, to that God let us sacrifice an oblation. He who has known him, who is more subtle than subtle, in the midst of chaos, creating all things, having many forms, alone enveloping everything, the happy one, Shiva, passes into peace forever. He also was in time the guardian of this world, the Lord of all, hidden in all beings. In him the Brahma Rishis and the deities are united, and he who knows him cuts the fetters of death asunder. He who knows Shiva the blessed, hidden in all beings, like the subtle film that rises from out the clarified butter, alone enveloping everything, he who knows the God is freed from all fetters. That God, the maker of all things, the great Self, always dwelling in the heart of man, is perceived by the heart, the soul, the mind. They who know it become immortal. When the light has risen, there is no day, no night, neither existence nor non-existence. Shiva, the blessed, alone is there. That is the eternal, the adorable light of Savitri, and the ancient wisdom proceeded thence. No one has grasped him above, or across, or in the middle. There is no image of him whose name is Great Glory. His form cannot be seen. No one perceives him with the eye. Those who through heart and mind know him thus, abiding in the heart, become immortal. Thou art unborn. With these words someone comes near to thee trembling. O Rudra, let thy gracious face protect me forever. O Rudra, hurt us not in our offspring and descendants. Hurt us not in our own lives, nor in our cows, nor in our horses. Do not slay our men in thy wrath, for holding oblations we call on thee always. End of 4th Adhyaya. The snarer, who rules alone by his powers, who rules all the worlds by his powers, who is one and the same, while things arise and exist, they who know this are immortal. For there is one Rudra only. They do not allow a second, who rules all the worlds by his powers. He stands behind all persons, and after having created all worlds, he, the protector, rolls it up at the end of time. That one God, having His eyes, His face, His arms, and His feet in every place, when producing heaven and earth, forges them together with His arms and His wings. He, the creator and supporter of the gods, Rudra, the great seer, the Lord of all, He who formerly gave birth to Hiranyagarbha, may He endow us with good thoughts. O Rudra, thou dweller in the mountains, look upon us with that most blessed form of thine, which is auspicious, not terrible, and reveals no evil. O Lord of the mountains, make lucky that arrow which thou, a dweller in the mountains, holdest in thy hand to shoot. Do not hurt man or beast. Those who know beyond this, the high Brahman, the vast hidden in the bodies of all creatures, and alone enveloping everything as the Lord, they become immortal. I know that great person, Purusha, of sun-like luster beyond the darkness. A man who knows Him truly passes over death. There is no other path to go. This whole universe is filled by this person, Purusha, to whom there is nothing superior, from whom there is nothing different, than whom there is nothing smaller or larger, who stands alone, fixed like a tree in the sky. That which is beyond this world is without form and without suffering. They who know it become immortal, but others suffer pain indeed. That Bhagavat exists in the faces, the heads, the necks of all. He dwells in the cave of the heart of all beings. He is all-pervading. Therefore, He is the omnipresent Shiva. That person, Purusha, is the great Lord. He is the mover of existence. He possesses that purest power of reaching everything. He is light. He is undecaying. The person, Purusha, not larger than a thumb, dwelling within, always dwelling in the heart of man, is perceived by the heart, the thought, the mind. They who know it become immortal. The person, Purusha, with 1,000 heads, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 feet, having compassed the earth on every side, extends beyond it by 10 fingers' breadth. That person alone, Purusha, is all this. What has been and what will be, He is also the Lord of immortality. He is whatever grows by food. Its hands and feet are everywhere. Its eyes and head are everywhere. Its ears are everywhere. It stands encompassing all in the world, separate from all the senses, yet reflecting the qualities of all the senses. It is the Lord and ruler of all. It is the great refuge of all. The embodied spirit within the town with 9 gates, the bird, flutters outwards, the ruler of the whole world, of all that rests and of all that moves. Grasping without hands, hasting without feet, He sees without eyes, He hears without ears. He knows what can be known, but no one knows Him. They call Him the first, the great person, Purusha. The Self, smaller than small, greater than great, is hidden in the heart of the creature. A man who has left all grief behind sees the majesty, the Lord, the passionless, by the grace of the Creator, the Lord. I know this undecaying, ancient one, the self of all things, being infinite and omnipresent. They declare that in Him all birth is stopped, for the Brahma students proclaim Him to be eternal. End of third Adhyaya. In the imperishable and infinite highest Brahman, wherein the two, knowledge and ignorance, are hidden, the one, ignorance, perishes, the other, knowledge, is immortal. But He who controls both knowledge and ignorance is another. It is He who, being one only, rules over every germ, cause, over all forms, and over all germs. It is He who, in the beginning, wears in His thoughts the wise son, the fairy, whom He wishes to look on while he is born. In that field in which the God, after spreading out one net after another in various ways, draws it together again, the Lord, the great Self, having further created the Lords, thus carries on His lordship over all. As the car of the sun shines, lighting up all quarters, above, below, and across, thus does that God, the Holy, the Adorable, being one, rule over all that has the nature of a germ. He, being one, rules over all and everything, so that the universal gem ripens its nature, diversifies all natures that can be ripened, and determines all qualities. Brahma, Hiranyagarbha, knows this, which is hidden in the Upanishads, which are hidden in the Vedas as the Brahma germ. The ancient gods of the poets who knew it, they became it and were immortal. But he who is endowed with qualities and performs works that are to bear fruit, and enjoys the reward of whatever he has done, migrates through his own works, the Lord of life, assuming all forms, led by the three gunas and following the three paths. The lower one also, not larger than a thumb, but brilliant like the sun, who is endowed with personality and thoughts, with the quality of mind and the quality of body, is seen small, even like the point of a goad. That living soul is to be known as part of the 100th part of the point of a hair divided 100 times, and yet it is to be infinite. It is not woman, it is not man, nor is it neuter. Whatever body it takes, with that it is joined only. By means of thoughts, touching, seeing, and passions, the incarnate self assumes successively in various places, various forms, in accordance with his deeds, just as the body grows when food and drink are poured into it. That incarnate self, according to his own qualities, chooses, assumes many shapes, coarse or subtle, and having himself caused his union with them, he is seen as another and another through the qualities of his acts and through the qualities of his body. He who knows him, who has no beginning and no end, in the midst of chaos, creating all things, having many forms, alone enveloping everything, is freed from all fetters. Those who know Him, who is to be grasped by the mind, who is not to be called the nest, the body, who makes existence and non-existence, the happy one, Shiva, who also creates the elements, they have left the body. End of 5th Adhyaya. Some wise men, deluded, speak of nature and others of time as the cause of everything. But it is the greatness of God by which this Brahma wheel is made to turn. It is at the command of Him who always covers this world, the knower, the time of time, who assumes qualities and all knowledge. It is at His command that this work, creation, unfolds itself, which is called earth, water, fire, air, and ether. He who, after he has done that work and rested again, and after he has brought together one essence, the self, with the other, matter, with 1, 2, 3, or 8, with time also, and with the subtle qualities of the mind, who, after starting the works endowed with the 3 qualities, can order all things, yet when in the absence of all these he has caused the destruction of the work, goes on being in truth different from all he has produced. He is the beginning, producing the causes which unite the soul and the body, and being above the 3 kinds of time, past, present, future, He is seen as without parts. After we have first worshipped that adorable God, who has many forms, and who is the true source of all things, as dwelling in our own mind. He is beyond all the forms of the tree of the world and of time. He is the other, from whom this world moves round. When one has known Him who brings good and removes evil, the Lord of bliss, as dwelling within the self, the immortal, the support of all, let us know that highest great Lord of lords, the highest deity of deities, the master of masters, the highest above, as God, the Lord of the world, the adorable. There is no effect and no cause known of Him. No one is seen like unto Him or better. His eye power is revealed as manifold, as inherent, acting as force and knowledge. There is no master of His in the world, no ruler of His, not even a sign of Him. He is the cause, the Lord of the lords, of the organs, and there is of Him neither parent nor lord. That only God, who spontaneously covered Himself like a spider with threads drawn from the first cause, Pradhana, grant us entrance into Brahman. He is the one God, hidden in all beings, all pervading, the self within all beings, watching over all works, dwelling in all beings, the witness, the perceiver, the only one, free from qualities. He is the one ruler of many who seem to act but really do not act. He makes the one seed manifold. The wise who perceive Him within their self, to them belongs eternal happiness, not to others. He is the eternal among eternals, the thinker among thinkers, who, though one, fulfills the desires of many. He who has known that cause which is to be apprehended by Sankhya philosophy and Yoga religious discipline, he is freed from all fetters. The sun does not shine there, nor the moon and the stars, nor these lightnings, and much less this fire. When he shines, everything shines after him. By his light, all this is lighted. He is the one bird in the midst of the world. He is also like the fire of the sun that has set in the ocean. A man who knows him truly passes over death. There is no other path to go. He makes all. He knows all. The self-caused, the knower, the time of time, destroyer of time, who assumes qualities and knows everything, the master of nature and of man, the lord of the three qualities, guna, the cause of the bondage, the existence and the liberation of the world. He who has become that, he is the immortal, remaining the Lord, the knower, the ever-present guardian of this world, who rules this world forever, for no one else is able to rule it. Seeking for freedom, I go for refuge to that God, who is the light of his own thoughts, he who first creates Brahman and delivers the Vedas to him, who is without parts, without actions, tranquil, without fault, without taint, the highest bridge to immortality, like a fire that has consumed its fuel. Only when men shall roll up the sky like a hide will there be an end of misery, unless God has first been known. Through the power of his penance and through the grace of God has the Vaisvatasvatra truly proclaimed Brahman, the highest and holiest, to the best of ascetics as approved by the company of rishis. This highest mystery in the Vedanta, delivered in a former age, should not be given to one whose passions have not been subdued, nor to one who is not a son or who is not a pupil. If these truths have been told to a high-minded man who feels the highest devotion for God and for his Guru as for God, then they will shine forth. Then they will shine forth indeed. End of 6th Adhyaya. End of Svetasvatara Upanishad. First Vali, or the chapter on Siksha, pronunciation. First Anuvaka. Hari Om. May Mitra be propitious to us, and Varuna, Aryaman also, Indra, Brihaspati, and the wide-striding Vishnu. Adoration to Brahman, adoration to thee, O Vayu, air. Thou indeed art the visible Brahman. I shall proclaim thee alone as the visible Brahman. I shall proclaim the right. I shall proclaim the true Brahman. May it protect me. May it protect the teacher. Yes, may it protect me, and may it protect the teacher. Om. Peace, peace, peace. Second Anuvaka. Om. Let us explain Siksha, the doctrine of pronunciation, namely letter, accent, quantity, effort in the formation of letters, modulation and union of letters, sandhi. This is the lecture on Siksha. Third Anuvaka. May glory come to both of us, teacher and pupil, together. May Vedic light belong to both of us. Now let us explain the Upanishad. the secret meaning of the Union Samhita under 5 heads. With regard to the worlds, the heavenly lights, knowledge, offspring, and self, body. People call these the great Samhitas. First, with regard to the worlds. The earth is the former element, heaven the latter, ether their union. That union takes place through Vayu, air. So much with regard to the worlds. Next, with regard to the heavenly lights. Agni, fire, is the former element, Aditya, the sun, the latter, water, their union. That union takes place through lightning. So much with regard to the heavenly lights. Next, with regard to knowledge. The teacher is the former element, the pupil the latter, knowledge their union. That union takes place through the recitation of the Veda. So much with regard to knowledge. Next, with regard to offspring. The mother is the former element, the father the latter, offspring their union. That union takes place through procreation. So much with regard to offspring. Next, with regard to the self, body. The lower jaw is the former element, the upper jaw the latter, speech their union. That union takes place through speech. So much with regard to the self. These are the great Samhitas. He who knows these Samhitas, unions, as here explained, becomes united with offspring, cattle, Vedic light, food, and with the heavenly world. Fourth Anuvaka. May he, who is the strong bull of the Vedas, assuming all forms, who has risen from the Vedas, from the immortal, may that Indra, Lord, strengthen me with wisdom. May I, O God, become an upholder of the immortal. May my body be able, my tongue sweet. May I hear much with my ears. Thou, Om, art the shrine of Brahman, covered by wisdom. God, what I have learnt. She, Sri, brings happiness, brings near and spreads, and makes without delay garments for herself, cows, food, and drink at all times. Therefore bring that Sri happiness hither to me, the woolly with her cattle, Swaha. May the Brahman students come to me, Swaha. May they come from all sides, Swaha. May they come forth to me, Swaha. May thy practice restraint, Swaha. May thy enjoy peace, Swaha. May I be a glory among men, Swaha. May I be better than the richest, Swaha. May I enter into thee, O treasure, Om, Swaha. Thou, O treasure, enter into me, Swaha. In thee consisting of 1,000 branches, in thee, O treasure, I am cleansed, Swaha. As water runs downward, as the months go to the year, so, O preserver of the world, may Brahman students always come to me from all sides, Swaha. Thou art a refuge. Enlighten me, take possession of me. Fifth Anuvaka. Bhu, Bhuvas, Suvas. These are the three sacred interjections. Vyahirati. Mahachamasya taught a fourth, namely Mahas, which is Brahman, which is the Self. The others, Devatas, are its members. Bhu is this world. Bhuvas is the sky. Suvas is the other world. Mahas is the sun. All the worlds are increased by the sun. Bhu is Agni, fire. Bhuvas is Vayu, air. Suvas is Aditya, sun. Mahas is the moon. All the heavenly lights are increased by the moon. Bhu is Rik verses. Bhuvas is the Saman verses. Suvas is the Yajus verses. Mahas is Brahman. All the Vedas are increased by the Brahman. Bhu is Prana, up breathing. Bhuvas is Apana, down breathing. Suvas is Vyana, back breathing. Mahas is food. All breathings are increased by food. Thus, there are these 4 times 4, the 4 and 4 sacred interjections. He who knows these knows the Brahman. All Devas bring offerings to him. Sixth Anuvaka. There is the ether within the heart, and in it there is the person, Purusha, consisting of mind, immortal, golden. Between the two palates there hangs the uvula, like a nipple. That is the starting point of Indra, the Lord. Where the root of the hair divides, there he opens the 2 sides of the head, and saying Bhu, he enters Agni, the fire. Saying Bhuvas, he enters Vayu, air. Saying Suvas, he enters Aditya, sun. Saying Mahas, he enters Brahman. He there obtains lordship. He reaches the Lord of the mind. He becomes Lord of speech, Lord of sight, Lord of hearing, Lord of knowledge. Nay, more than this. There is the Brahman whose body is ether, whose name is true, rejoicing in the senses, prana, delighted in the mind, perfect in peace, and immortal. Worship thus, O Prachina Yogya. Seventh Anuvaka. The earth, the sky, heaven, the 4 quarters, and the intermediate quarters, Agni, fire, Vayu, air, Aditya, sun, Chandramas, moon, and the stars, water, herbs, trees, ether, the universal self, Viraj, so much with reference to material objects, Bhuta. Now with reference to the self, the body. Prana, up breathing, Apana, down breathing, Vyana, back breathing, Udana, out breathing, and Samana, on breathing. The eye, the ear, mind, speech, and touch, the skin, flesh, muscle, bone, and marrow. Having dwelt on this 5-fold arrangement of the worlds, the gods, beings, breathings, senses, and elements of the body, a rishi said, whatever exists is 5-fold, panikta. By means of the 1 5-fold set, that referring to the body, he completes the other 5-fold set. Eighth Anuvaka. Om means Brahman. Om means all this. Om means obedience. When they have been told Om speak, they speak. After Om, they sing psalms. After Om, they recite hymns. After Om, the Adavaryu gives the response. After Om, the Brahmin priest gives orders. After Om, he, the sacrificer, allows the performance of the Agnihotra. When a Brahmana is going to begin his lecture, he says, "Om, may I acquire Brahman the Veda." He thus acquires the Veda. Ninth Anuvaka. What is necessary? The right and learning and practicing the Veda. The true and learning and practicing the Veda. Penance and learning and practicing the Veda. Restraint and learning and practicing the Veda. Tranquility and learning and practicing the Veda. The fires to be consecrated and learning and practicing the Veda. The Agnihotra sacrifice and learning and practicing the Veda. Guests to be entertained and learning and practicing the Veda. Man's duty and learning and practicing the Veda. Children and learning and practicing the Veda. Marriage and learning and practicing the Veda. Children's children and learning and practicing the Veda. Satyavachas Ratihitra thinks that the true only is necessary. Taponitya Paurishishti thinks that penance only is necessary. Naka Maudgalya thinks that learning and practicing the Veda only are necessary. For that is penance. That is penance. 10th Anuvaka. I am he who shakes the tree, that is, the tree of the world, which has to be cut down by knowledge. My glory is like the top of a mountain. I, whose pure light of knowledge has risen high, am that which is truly immortal, as it resides in the sun. I am the brightest treasure. I am wise, immortal, imperishable. This is the teaching of the Veda by the poet Trishanku. 11th Anuvaka. After having taught the Veda, the teacher instructs the people. Say what is true. Do thy duty. Do not neglect the study of the Veda. After having brought to thy teacher his proper reward, do not cut off the line of children. Do not swerve from the truth. Do not swerve from duty. Do not neglect what is useful. Do not neglect greatness. Do not neglect the learning and teaching of the Veda. Do not neglect the sacrificial works due to the gods and fathers. Let thy mother be to thee like unto a god. Let thy father be to thee like unto a god. Let thy teacher be to thee like unto a god. Let thy guest be to thee like unto a god. Whatever actions are blameless, those should be regarded, not others. Whatever good works have been performed by us, those should be observed by thee, not others. And there are some Brahmanas better than we. They should be comforted by thee by giving them a seat. Whatever is given should be given with faith, not without faith, with joy, with modesty, with fear, with kindness. If there should be any doubt in thy mind with regard to any sacred act, or with regard to conduct, in that case, conduct yourself as Brahmanas who possess good judgment, conduct themselves therein, whether they be appointed or not, as long as they are not too severe but devoted to duty. And with regard to things that have been spoken against, as Brahmanas who possess good judgment conduct themselves therein, whether they be appointed or not, as long as they are not too severe but devoted to duty. Thus conduct thyself. This is the rule, this is the teaching, this is the true purport, Upanishad of the Veda. This is the command. Thus should you observe. Thus should this be observed. 12th Anuvaka. May Mitra be propitious to us, and Varuna, Aryaman also, Indra, Brihaspati, and the wide-striding Vishnu. Adoration to Brahman, adoration to thee, O Vayu. Thou indeed art the visible Brahman. I proclaimed thee alone as the visible Brahman. I proclaimed the right. I proclaimed the true. It protected me. It protected the teacher. Yes, it protected me. It protected the teacher. Om. Peace. 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 End of first Vali. Second Vali, or the chapter on Ananda, bliss. Hari Om. May it, the Brahman, protect us both, teacher and pupil. May it enjoy us both. May we acquire strength together. May our knowledge become bright. May we never quarrel. Peace, peace, peace. First Anuvaka. He who knows the Brahman attains the highest Brahman. On this, the following verse is recorded. He who knows Brahman, which is, that is cause, not effect, which is conscious, which is without end, as hidden in the depth of the heart, in the highest ether, he enjoys all blessings, at one with the omniscient Brahman. From that self, Brahman, sprang ether, Akasa, that through which we hear. From ether, air, that through which we hear and feel. From air, fire, that through which we hear, feel and see. From fire, water, that through which we hear, feel, see and taste. From water, earth, that through which we hear, feel, see, taste and smell. From earth, herbs, from herbs, food, from food, seed, from seed, man. Man thus consists of the essence of food. This is his head, this his right arm, this his left arm, this his trunk, Atman, this the seat, the support. On this there is also the following sloka. Second Anuvaka. From food are produced all creatures which dwell on earth. Then they live by food, and in the end they return to food. For food is the oldest of all beings, and therefore it is called panacea, sarva ushada, that is, consisting of all herbs, or quietening the heat of the body of all beings. They who worship food as Brahman obtain all food, for food is the oldest of all beings, and therefore it is called panacea. From food all creatures are produced. By food, when born, they grow. Because it is fed on, or because it feeds on beings, therefore it is called food, anna. Different from this, which consists of the essence of food, is the older, the inner self, which consists of breath. The former is filled by this. It also has the shape of man. Like the human shape of the former is the human shape of the latter. Prana, up breathing, is its head. Vyana, back breathing, is its right arm. Apana, down breathing, is its left arm. Ether is its trunk. The earth, the seat, the support. On this, there is also the following sloka. Third Anuvaka. The Devas breathe after breath, prana. So do men and cattle. Breath is the life of beings. Therefore it is called Sarvayusha, all enlivening. They who worship breath as Brahman obtain the full life. For breath is the life of all beings, and therefore it is called Sarvayusha. The embodied self of this, consisting of breath, is the same as that of the former, consisting of food. Different from this, which consists of breath, is the other, the inner self, which consists of mind. The former is filled by this. It also has the shape of man. Like the human shape of the former is the human shape of the latter. Yajus is its head. Rik is its right arm. Saman is its left arm. The doctrine Adesha, that is, the Brahmana, is its trunk. The Atharvangiras, Atharva hymns, the seat, the support. On this, there is also the following sloka. Fourth Anuvaka. He who knows the bliss of that Brahman, from whence all speech with the mind turns away unable to reach it, he never fears. The embodied self of this, consisting of mind, is the same as that of the former, consisting of breath. Different from this, which consists of mind, is the other, the inner self, which consists of understanding. The former is filled by this. It also has the shape of man. Like the human shape of the former is the human shape of the latter. Faith is its head. What is right is its right arm. What is true is its left arm. Absorption, yoga, is its trunk. The great intellect is the seat, the support. On this, there is also the following sloka. Fifth Anuvaka. Understanding performs the sacrifice. It performs all sacred acts. All devas worship understanding as Brahman, as the oldest. If a man knows understanding as Brahman, and if he does not swerve from it, he leaves all evils behind in the body and attains all his wishes. The embodied self of this, consisting of understanding, is the same as that of the former, consisting of mind. Different from this, which consists of understanding, is the other inner self, which consists of bliss. The former is filled by this. It also has the shape of man. Like the human shape of the former is the human shape of the latter. Joy is its head. Satisfaction, its right arm. Great satisfaction is its left arm. Bliss is its trunk. Brahman is the seat, the support. On this, there is also the following sloka. Sixth Anuvaka. He who knows the Brahman as non-existing becomes himself non-existing. He who knows the Brahman as existing, him we know himself as existing. the embodied self of this bliss is the same as that of the former understanding. Thereupon follow the questions of the pupil. Does anyone who knows not after he has departed this life ever go to that world? Or does he who knows after he has departed go to that world? The answer is, he wished, may I be many, may I grow forth. He brooded over himself like a man performing penance. After he had thus brooded, he sent forth, created all, whatever there is. Having sent forth, he entered into it. Having entered it, he became Sat, what is manifest, and Tyat, what is not manifest, defined and undefined, supported and not supported, endowed with knowledge and without knowledge, as tones, real and unreal. The Satya, true, became all this whatsoever, and therefore the wise call it the Brahman, Satya, the true. On this there is also this sloka. 7th Anuvaka. In the beginning, this was non-existent, not yet defined by form and name. From it was born what exists. That made itself its self. Therefore, it is called the self-made. That which is self-made is a flavor, can be tasted. For only after perceiving a flavor can anyone perceive pleasure. Who could breathe? Who could breathe forth if that bliss, Brahman, existed not in the ether in the heart? For he alone causes blessedness. When he finds freedom from fear and rest in that which is invisible, incorporeal, undefined, unsupported, then he has obtained the fearless. For if he makes but the smallest distinction in it, there is fear for him. But that fear exists only for one who thinks himself wise, not for the true sage. On this, there is also this sloka. 8th Anuvaka. From the terror of it, Brahman, the wind blows. From the terror, the sun rises. From terror of it, Agni and Indra. Yeah, death runs as the 5th. Now this is an examination of what is meant by bliss, Ananda. Let there be a noble young man who is well read in the Veda, very swift, firm and strong, and let the whole world be full of wealth for him. That is one measure of human bliss. 100 times that human bliss is one measure of the bliss of human Gandharvas, genii, and likewise of a great sage learned in the Vedas who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of human Gandharvas is one measure of the bliss of divine Gandharvas, genii, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of divine Gandharvas is one measure of the bliss of the fathers, enjoying their long estate, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of the fathers is one measure of the bliss of the Devas, born in the Ajana heaven, through the merit of their lawful works, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of the Devas, born in the Ajana heaven, is one measure of the bliss of the sacrificial Devas, who go to the Devas by means of their Vedic sacrifices, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of the sacrificial devas is one measure of the bliss of the 33 devas, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of the 33 devas is one measure of the bliss of Indra, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of Indra is one measure of the bliss of the Brihaspati, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of Brihaspati is one measure of the bliss of Prajapati, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of Prajapati is one measure of the bliss of Brahman, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. He who is this Brahman in man, and he who is that Brahman in the sun, both are one. He who knows this, when he has departed this world, reaches and comprehends the self which consists of food, the self which consists of breath, the self which consists of mind, the self which consists of understanding, the self which consists of bliss. On this there is also this sloka. 9th Anuvaka. He who knows the bliss of that Brahman, from whence all speech with the mind turns away, unable to reach it, he fears nothing. He does not distress himself with the thought, why did I not do what is good? Why did I do what is bad? He who thus knows these two, good and bad, frees himself. He who knows both frees himself. This is the Upanishad. End of second Valli. Third Valli, or the chapter of Bhrigu. Hari Om. May it, the Brahman, protect us both. May it enjoy us both. May we acquire strength together. May our knowledge become bright. May we never quarrel. Peace, peace, peace. First Anuvaka. Bhrigu Varuni went to his father Varuna, saying, Sir, teach me Brahman. He told him this, namely, food, breath, the eye, the ear, mind, speech. Then he said again to him, that from whence these beings are born, that by which, when born, they live, that into which they enter at their death. Try to know that. That is Brahman. He performed penance. Having performed penance, second Anuvaka, he perceived that food is Brahman. For from food these beings are produced. By food, when born, they live, and into food they enter at their death. Having perceived this, he went again to his father Varuna, saying, Sir, teach me Brahman. He said to him, Try to know Brahman by penance, for penance is the means of knowing Brahman. He performed penance. Having performed penance, third Anuvaka, he perceived that breath is Brahman, For from breath these beings are born. By breath, when born, they live. Into breath they enter at their death. Having perceived this, he went again to his father Varuna, saying, Sir, teach me Brahman. He said to him, Try to know Brahman by penance, for penance is the means of knowing Brahman. He performed penance. Having performed penance, fourth Anuvaka, he perceived that mind, manas, is Brahman. For from mind these beings are born. By mind, when born, they live. Into mind they enter at their death. Having perceived this, he went again to his father Varuna, saying, Sir, teach me Brahman. He said to him, Try to know Brahman by penance, for penance is the means of knowing Brahman. He performed penance. Having performed penance, fifth Anuvaka, he perceived that understanding, Vijnana, was Brahman. For from understanding these things are born. By understanding, when born, they live. Into understanding they enter at their death. Having perceived this, he went again to his father Varuna, saying, Sir, teach me Brahman. He said to him, Try to know Brahman by penance, for penance is the means of knowing Brahman. He performed penance. Having performed penance, sixth Anuvaka, he perceived that bliss is Brahman. For from bliss these things are born. By bliss, when born, they live. Into bliss they enter at their death. This is the knowledge of Bhrigu and Varuna, exalted in the highest heaven in the heart. He who knows this becomes exalted, becomes rich in food and able to eat food healthy, becomes great by offspring, cattle, and the splendor of his knowledge of Brahman great by fame. Seventh Anuvaka, let him never abuse food. That is the rule. Breath is food. The body eats the food. The body rests on breath. Breath rests on the body. This is the food resting on food. He who knows this, food resting on food, rests exalted, becomes rich in food, and able to eat food healthy, becomes great by offspring, cattle, and by the splendor of his knowledge of Brahman, great by fame. Eighth Anuvaka, let him never shun food. That is the rule. Water is food. The light eats the food. The light rests on water. Water rests on light. This is the food resting on food. He who knows this food resting on food rests exalted, becomes rich in food, and able to eat food healthy, becomes great by offspring, cattle, and the splendor of his knowledge of Brahman, great by fame. Ninth Anuvaka, let him acquire much food. That is the rule. Earth is food. The ether eats the food. The ether rests on the earth. The earth rests on the ether. This is the food resting on food. He who knows this food, resting on food, rests exalted, becomes rich in food, and able to eat food, healthy, becomes great by offspring, cattle, and the splendor of his knowledge of Brahman, great by fame. 10th Anuvaka. Let him never turn away a stranger from his house. That is the rule. Therefore, a man should by all means acquire much food. For good people say to the stranger, "There is food ready for him." If he gives food amply, food is given to him amply. If he gives food fairly, food is given to him fairly. If he gives food meanly, food is given to him meanly. He who knows this recognizes and worships Brahman as possession in speech, as acquisition and possession in up-breathing prana and down-breathing apana, as action in the hands, as walking in the feet, as voiding in the anus. These are the human recognition of Brahman as manifested in human actions. Next follow the recognitions of Brahman with reference to the Devas, namely, as satisfaction in rain, as power in lightning, as glory in cattle, as light in the stars, as procreation, immortality, and bliss in the member, as everything in the ether. Let him worship that Brahman as support, and he becomes supported. Let him worship that Brahman as greatness, Maha, and he becomes great. Let him worship that Brahman as mind, and he becomes endowed with mind. Let him worship that Brahman as adoration, and all desires fall down before him in adoration. Let him worship that Brahman as Brahman, and he will become possessed of Brahman. Let him worship this as the absorption of the gods in Brahman, and the enemies who hate him will die all around him. All around him will die the foes whom he does not love. He who is this Brahman in man, and he who is that Brahman in the sun, both are one. He who knows this, when he has departed this world, after reaching and comprehending the self which consists of food, the self which consists of breath, the self which consists of mind, the self which consists of understanding, the self which consists of bliss, enters and takes possession of these worlds, and having as much food as he likes, and assuming as many forms as he likes, he sits down singing this psalm of Brahman: Ha-vu, ha-vu, ha-vu. I am food, object. I am food. I am food. I am the eater of food, subject. I am the eater of food. I am the eater of food. I am the poet who joins the two together. I am the poet. I am the poet. I am the firstborn of the right, Rita. Before the Devas, I was in the center of all that is immortal. He who gives me away, He alone preserves me. Him who eats food, I eat as food. I overcome the whole world. I endowed with golden light. He who knows this attains all this. This is the Upanishad. End of third Vali.